Okay, so as I get this set up, just for future VOD watchers, just heads up, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, the day after that this is posted, right? So this is on a Saturday. I will be, of course, streaming on Sunday, the 20th as well. So if you're watching then, that will be a 40 to 60 run, and assuming it's not super duper late, you might still be able to vote in the poll, which is what I am getting set up right now. Or at least linking the poll in the chat. So vote for the spec you want to see played for tomorrow's 40 to 60 run. And then I will throw a link there and pin that message to the chat. There we go. Okay. So as far as general stream stuff goes, not starting super late today. A little bit late. Could have been better for sure. Honestly, not even intentional. I had most setup done. I actually did oversleep a little bit, which I guess it's better to like oversleep and at least wake up feeling somewhat rested than it is to just wake up feeling completely dead. Which, yeah, that probably wouldn't have made for an entertaining stream. I'm still somewhat tired because I did literally grab coffee and stuff and then hop out of bed just to start this. So, if I sound a little bit off early on, that's why. Just fair warning there. But we still have a little bit of setup that we need to do anyway. So, hello Leap Year Kurt, good to see you. So, it's not Darkman Fair, right? Yeah, no Darkman Fair. Since it's not a run under level 60, I don't need potions or really most of the fancy stuff that I usually grab. So I'm only doing the fancy 60 to 70 stuff. Which means I still need to figure out exactly which heirlooms I need, but a lot of this stuff is also going to be pretty easy. Do I even bother with rune ceravite rods? I think I kind of have to. Yeah, this is for the quest, right? It's not for other stuff, so... I kind of need to. Okay, what else do I need? The traditional leveling stuff. So this is going to be a Havoc Demon Hunter run. I know it might seem obvious to everybody else because you've seen the title and thumbnail, but of course, like, I kind of planned out exactly what I was going to play somewhat last second, just because it doesn't really matter, so I wasn't, like, super picky about what it was, but that also means I haven't gotten a ton of other stuff set up. Hello, Ubler Rupel. Good to see you. I think that's my mom, PNMMT. I assume so. And then Kung Fu Carl said gaming. Sminston said heyo. Good to see you. What else? So for general consumables, I guess I could take Red Bonefish. And what do I want for Havoc DH? Definitely crit, I'm pretty sure, for weapon runes. And then all the obvious stuff. Healing potions. What else? What else? Hello, Tater Tot. High low, yeah. This should be a fun watch. You've never played or watched a DH before. Well, if you haven't watched my recent Demon Hunter run from... There's a few weekends ago. I would say check that out. Because obviously that was a full Demon Hunter run, and that one even had, like, the starting zone and whatnot. Because obviously when you start a Demon Hunter from level, I guess, 8, right, nowadays, you have to go through all the starting zone stuff, and that's what I did on the run from before. So I wanted to test Devastation Evoker last weekend, so, that's why we did that one. But for future runs, I'm effectively just using characters that I already have a level 60 on, because we use them in previous testing runs and stuff. Just makes it easier that way. Okay, so I already have 233 gloves, so I'll just toss that there. This is also on the PTR, so I don't really need to worry too much about, like, oh, is the item I'm using fancy or expensive or whatever. Like, doesn't really matter, because I'm just going to be able to reuse it for future runs anyways, so... So yeah, we'll just take these items. So that's my 292 stuff. Might have used that in a past run, don't know. Since I have 233 gloves... What else do I have? I would need 262 gloves, which I have. With nothing fancy on it, but like... Alright, I'll check the auction house. If there are fancy 262 gloves or something, I'll use it, but I'm not super concerned about having this run, everything being super fancy. Is 105 attack power worse than the crit runes? While leveling, I would say it's debatable. Like, I'm not 100% sure whether it would be better or not. I think at that point it depends on the spec. At max level, attack power, the sharpening stones specifically, are almost never better than the weapon runes. So, I really don't think that the weapon runes have anything special going for them at low levels, at least that I'm aware of. Do I mythic raid? Yes, I have cutting edge. I have killed Sarkreth multiple times now. My character, if you want to check it out, I'm probably still rank 1. I've been dethroned. Alright, well, I'll have to clean that up next week. Alright, so now I've been knocked down to rank 3 for Vengeance DH. I got some garbage beacon RNG last week. But yeah, Lenara on Mal'Ganis. You can check out my character. Wow, all my parses got beat. That's actually disappointing. Happens, I suppose. There are a few things I would really like to clean up. Let's see, though. I mean, at this point, though, like... It's late in the tier, and because the way that Beacon works right now, every single parse at this point, for the most part, there are a few things I could, like, get a little bit smoother. Most of my parses are, do I get 3 beacon crits, and then, or 2 to 3 beacon crits depending on fight length. If all my beacons crit, then I'm actually in contention for a rank 1 parse, and then it just depends, did I play the rest of it well. But there was a pull that I was really upset about where I played, like, perfectly, and none of my beacons crit, and I got, like, a 98 or something. And right now, at this point in the patch, that's just kind of where we're at for parsing. It's just, if you don't get beacon crits, you can't even compete. I really don't like the fact that beacon is just one of those trinkets where it makes up such a significant portion of your damage, and the fact that it is RNG, it's not terribly fun. But I've also already gotten to rank 1 on multiple bosses this patch, so I'm, like, not too concerned. Whatever. Dope Chef Cookie said, "Hi guys, you love Demon Hunter." Awesome. Yeah, I love Demon Hunter as well. Trevlik People said, "Yo, hyped as always." Glad to hear it. Dragonflight PTR? Yes. Well, I mean, both PTR, actually. So, it's going to be Dragonflight PTR for the run, and then, of course, Classic Hardcore PTR for Hardcore. Your boomy parses are ugly? Yeah, you know, everybody, it takes time to get there. Let me see. So, Expedition. Grab my bags. Gotta do that. I'm pretty sure I already have... What's it called? I already have mount equipment on the character that I'll be doing the run on. Because it's from one of the previous ones, so I don't need to worry about that aspect. Actually, come to think of it, the character also has bags, so I just wasted... I guess I didn't waste this gold, because, like... Yeah, whatever. I would have had to do that at some point for a future run, so I guess I'll just use these for the Warlock, which I'm probably going to do tomorrow. Unless... I mean, who knows? I guess Discipline Priest isn't far enough away to completely lose. And I'm going to be completely honest here. I would much rather do a Discipline Priest than a Demonology Warlock. So, like, if you guys want to vote Dis Priest and help me out there, wouldn't complain. But hey, if Demo Warlock wins, it's on the poll for a reason. So we'll do a Demo Warlock. But it is currently, at the time of me saying this, it is in the lead. What do I think my time will be? Time doesn't matter at all. I'm tempted to just remove the timer, but, I mean, I'll keep it up here for reference, really. To be clear, I mean, 60 to 70 testing, I'll just give the quick disclaimer. It doesn't really matter that much in terms of the exact time, because there's no real way to have, like, a balanced starting point. And it's not going to be as easy to kind of do one-to-one comparisons from, you know, one run to another. So, rested XP, and of course, we're testing stuff on the PTR where I still am trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to route it in properly, so it's not even like we have a set-in-stone route for 10.1.7 yet. I don't know. You only got your first AD the other day in Wrath Classic, and of course it's DK. Good choice. 8.5 days played, took you so long you're already sick of it. Leveling in Wrath is AIDS, yeah. Holy Nova time? Yeah, we will definitely be doing a lot of Holy Nova spam if that is what ends up getting picked. Well, I guess I'll do it eventually, right? So, eventually there will be Holy Nova spam, once again. What the fuck? Okay, stupid piece of shit auction house. For whatever reason, it randomly phased me, which caused the auction house to bug, and I had to close and reopen it. That's, I don't know why that happens sometimes, but it's a very annoying bug, I'll be completely honest. Also, okay, there's no 262 belts, or there's no 262 gloves, which sucks. So I have 233 gloves here, whatever. I mean, maybe there won't be any 262 wastes. Okay, fucking... Alright. Look, it's a PTR run, so the nice thing about a PTR run is whether or not I have everything on the same character doesn't actually matter, because we're going to be copying all this over. So somehow there's no 262 pieces, except one that's for 23k. So I'm actually going to go to Area 52 and see if I can buy something there and then just copy it over across on that server. You can't wait for cattle leveling? Yeah, same. You much prefer Warrior, but soloing it is AIDS? I hate to break it to you, but Protection Warrior is actually one of the strongest leveling specs in Wrath Classic. So, you know... wait. Oh. I completely forgot about this. I actually already have basically everything prepped for a leather 60 to 70 run on this character. Minus the Frozen Devotion, whatchamacallits, weapons, I guess. Huh. Okay. Well, that's convenient. I guess I still need... Do I not have the Shadowlands stuff? No, I literally do have it. Okay. Well, apparently, I completely forgot that I already prepped this Guardian Druid run. And, I mean, the nice thing about Guardian Druid versus Havoc is they use the exact same shit minus weapons. So, stat prio and general enchants and stuff, this is all going to be exactly the same. So... Literally all I need to do is take the stuff in this Guardian Druid. Do I even have... Yeah, I even have the materials. Take all this stuff, mail it over to my Demon Hunter, and I'm set. Alright, well that makes my life a lot easier. And because it's on the PTR, I actually don't even need to fuck up the prep on this character either. Yeah, it's literally all set up. Alright. Well, then. Sure. The only thing I'll do is... I'm going to swap over to my heirloom character. So this is Raccoon, Area 52. I need to swap over to one of my druids that I use to store heirlooms. I need to mail over the Frozen Devotion fist weapons, and then we're set. Wrath is nothing compared to Classic. Yeah, Wrath is definitely much, much better. Hold on, let me move my timer because it's blocking chat slightly. You don't play Protection, Furi because Titan's Grip? I mean, yeah, like, obviously, if you don't enjoy playing it, that's one thing. And, I mean, you don't need to play something at max level to use it for leveling, right? Like, I main Vengeance at max level, and yet I'm going to be playing Havoc for leveling, right? So, what I mean is, if you're going to level a warrior, you level it as Prot, and leveling it as Prot is very good. There we go. Frozen Devotion, Fist Weapons. More 70s. This is not a PTR, for the record. Right now, we are on live servers. So, these are all my actual characters. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, and to be clear, the character I'm going to be leveling on the PTR right now, or rather in like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, whenever we start, that character will then effectively be lost forever. I could always level it again for real. But yes, this is all live server stuff. You like the personality added to the Cata quest for lower levels? The Silverpine NPC quest is goated. Yeah. Overall, I think... I don't know. I've said before, obviously it's like every single stream nowadays, I talk about how I think Cataclysm in general is heavily underrated. Right, we should be good to just swap over to the PTR, so just give me a second to get that set up. The screen will be black. I just can't be fucking bothered to do like a transition screen, at least right now. I threw one together in Microsoft Paint. We'll see if I continue doing that going forward. Let's see. So just double checking if I posted everything correctly. Here, let me... Game capture, PTR, should pop up in a second. You were 2 when WoW came out? I was 5 when WoW came out, so I was also quite young. But I've been playing since then, to be fair. Yeah, we got everything posted correctly. Do I do any endgame content? Yes. I am not a leveling and speedrun person exclusively. I play this game for rating, and I do leveling for fun. Giovanni Marai said, "Hey Harldan, how are you doing?" I am doing well, thank you. I think this character is, like, or this server's mostly full, so I'm just gonna pick Anasterian. Move stuff over here. Alright, so copy account data. You were 7 to 8 months old when WoW came out? Yeah, fair. That might be a bit difficult to play. I can see that. You would have to be, like, a prodigy or something to be playing WoW that young. Okay, so this is one of the druids that has all the stuff that I need. Then, just in case I need it, I'll copy over my bank character on Mal'Ganis. Hello, where is it? Oh, it's up here. I don't know why there's 2 sets of Mal'Ganis characters, like, not all grouped together. And then this is the level 60 Demon Hunter. Didn't know the context of the convo? I mean, that really is mostly just what it was. Yeah, just saying ages and stuff. I was just joking because I think I had mentioned in regards to mine that, you know, I have been playing WoW since I was 5, but admittedly, it just so happened that, like, I was, I think, barely old enough to play WoW when it was out. Any younger, and I probably just wouldn't even been able to play the game. And it's not like I was able to get a whole lot done at 5 years old, to be fair. But I did play WoW right around when it came out as a 5-year-old. Which, yeah. I've talked about that before, though. Hello, Shellstorm. Good to see you. You didn't start playing till Shadowlands? Yeah. You quit during Shadowlands, it was really boring for you. I think most people quit during Shadowlands. Yep. Okay, we'll mail this stuff over. You started when you were 9 or something during Wrath. Yeah. I think that's, like, close to how old I was by the time Wrath came out. Probably still play a Beam Hunter at 7-8 months. Oh, man. Poor BM Hunters. You're not wrong, though, but... Yeah. Okay. So send this over to Lunara with an H. And then... I guess what's all the stuff that I would need to send over? I'll just mail over literally everything on this Druid. So it's a, PTR character copy. A lot of the items I have on here. They are... Do I not have Postal? It looks like I don't have Postal enabled. It doesn't actually matter, though, since I only really need Postal if I'm going to be opening mail in the middle of the run, and I won't be doing that. Because we don't start until, we start the quest, right? Weird start times for 60 to 70. Ma was terrible, but Bastion was so good, not leveling only at max level. Bastion was fine. I think I had some... I don't think. I know I had some general issues with how Bastion was constructed. I think Bastion had the potential to be really good, and that's kind of why I'm a little more harsh on it. Because I see that it could have been a really good zone, and instead it was just okay. Right? And it could have been a whole heck of a lot better. Okay, should be the last few items I need to mail over. I forgot about the stupid fucking necklace. Wait, do I have a necklace on my Demon Hunter? I don't think I do. I should probably do that. Yeah, because I put sockets into it, the necklace on my DH is... I might actually have it, though. I think there's a chance that I did the exact same thing on my Demon Hunter, and I mailed over the necklace and then already pre-socketed it before starting the run. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. Whatever. Let's see. You really started playing when you were 8 during Kata? I'd say that's a good time to start, contrary to what a lot of people have said. Actually, I think Kata was a pretty good time overall. Alright, so... since it's the PTR or whatever, I'll just mail over 50k. And... whatever. I forget if I mailed over Buzzing Runes. In case I didn't, I'll just send over more with this character. And, yeah, oh yeah, the Frozen Devotion stuff. Alright, now time to see if I have to go back over to live servers to grab myself a necklace or not. Hopefully not, but we shall see. Yes. Dragonflight is okay, but the amount of content in general in retail is insufferable, even for one character. The only reason you have 2 70s is because you're still only barely to catch up on Dragonflight content on one character. I mean, I guess it depends on what you define as catch-up, though. I don't have a necklace. Okay, yeah, I am gonna... I'm just gonna open all on my mailbox and stuff. We'll see... Yeah, I don't need these gloves, so just delete those. And then, yeah. Just gonna grab all this, and then I will quickly switch back over to live servers just to get the necklace stuff set up, and then copy that character over, and then prep-wise, we should be good. So, once again, screen will be black. Just bear with me for a moment. Yeah, you don't need to do, everything in Dragonflight to get caught up. Depends on your goals, I suppose. C-Web said, y'all youngins, you remember when they rang the gong for the first time? Yeah. Okay. You think gameplay-wise, Dragonflight is definitely better than BFA and Shadowlands, but the writing is somehow worse, downward trend moment? Yeah, I could see that. just buy it on this character. Why not? I think, I don't know if I would say the writing is necessarily worse. It's about as bad. Like, there's nothing that Dragonflight doesn't, or words. There's nothing that Dragonflight does for its writing that Shadowlands, and to a lesser extent, but still not great, BFA, also do. Like, a lot of the same really shitty writing tropes that made those stories god-awful, they're still here, and they haven't really gone away, and they still make overall the just general story experience in World of Warcraft just feel like dog shit, frankly. And, I don't know. I'm not even going to go on another rant about that, because obviously I've done that a million times. What do I want? Crafty Alexstrasite? Yeah. I'll just get 2 of those. 2 Crafty Alexstrasite should be enough. And I completely forget if I socketed the other socket. I don't know. I'm just going to mail over speed gems. So, straddling, mail over all that stuff. I'm also in a weird position where it's an expensive speed gem. I am fairly close to starting the run, but also, like, not a lot of people have gotten here yet. I'm going to be real. So I'm not entirely sure if I want to, like, continue waiting a little bit. We'll see. And it depends on how I feel, I guess, when I'm fully ready to start. I was also going to mail something, but we don't need to mail anything. We just need to copy the character over. All right. Back to 10.1.7. I don't even think Dragonflight has great storytelling moments. Like, yeah, I see a lot of people bringing up the stuff about the Dragonflight story that I hate, that I think is just bad. It's just, I mean, Dragonflight isn't well written. The reason why I don't hate Dragonflight as much as, like, Shadowlands is because Dragonflight doesn't ruin anything in the existing lore. Which I think BFA, like, the greatest sins of BFA and Shadowlands, respectively, is BFA ruined a lot of potential in the lore. And I think that's bad, but, like, I can maybe give it an excuse if it was a one-off thing, right? And maybe if they still continued using those characters in interesting ways. Like, I didn't necessarily hate what they did with Nazjatar, for instance. I didn't love it, and I kept feeling like, this could be so much better. Okay, good. I got OBS set up properly for that. I kept thinking this could be so much better, but it wasn't. And I don't know. I wish that they had done more with it, but at least what they did wasn't horrible. And they kind of did that again with, like, N'Zoth and stuff. So that was the biggest issue I think BFA specifically had. Now, Shadowlands was much, much worse, because Shadowlands was just a gross display of arrogance on the part of the developers, or the writers specifically, to think that somehow their dogshit story was remotely better than the stuff that came before it. So they trampled all over existing lore all the way back from Warcraft 3 in an effort to justify their dogshit writing. So that is the reason why I still think, no matter what, Shadowlands will always be the worst expansion in terms of storytelling, unless they do that again, which, God, I hope they don't. But the fact that it was not only a bad story, but it was disrespectful to all of the stories in WoW that came before it, that is what always pissed me off. Because that is like, not only are you a shit writer, but the fucking arrogance to then basically try to cannibalize good stories, like, you know, Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne and stuff, and basically try to attach your story to that in a desperate effort to make it relevant. How fucking dare you? Especially when it's not even just riding off the coattails. They try to, like, recontextualize the events of Warcraft 3 to make their story good. That's just fucking horrible. Dragonflight is a boring, uninteresting, trope-filled garbage story that, at the very least, so far, doesn't really do any disservice to stuff that came before. It's just not interesting. Which, at least I can safely ignore it, and, like, it doesn't actively make me furious, which was the case with Shadowlands. So, yeah. I still think Shadowlands is worse. Also, let me double check. So the crafted gear I sent over... Okay, it has one speed gem. Did I socket another speed gem into the other things? I did not. Okay, perfect. So... in that case, it's actually good I sent over another crafty Alexstrasite. Is it? Wait, hold on. Okay, I sent over 2 sets of green BOE items. Either way, this gem is going in there. Same with 2 crafty Alexstrasites. That we already know, for sure. Okay. Anyways, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Your main is only 404 on retail. I mean, if you've been spending all that time catching up and you're still 404, you got to check out my catch-up guide. Because you can get much higher item level in a much shorter period of time, just focusing on the right stuff. You remember being hyped as fuck for BFA, and then it came out to an extent you enjoyed the leveling, then Shadowlands dropped, and you already weren't into the theme, but the boring questing didn't make it any better? I definitely don't think you were growing out of the game. Which is one of those things that, like, a lot of people will say to deflect away from the expansion being dogshit, which it was. You definitely don't need to feel bad about not liking BFA and Shadowlands, because I can assure you, most people did. Or did not like it in addition to you, right? You're not alone there. That is just nothing to do with growing out of the game. They just did a shit job with it. And I always hated when people made that excuse. It's like, you know, you never need to actually critically evaluate your work when you can just throw up the excuse of, you're just getting bored of the game, and that's why you can't appreciate the brilliant design of the jailer and how he's actually been pulling the strings the whole time. Like, okay. That stuff fucking tilts me. You're busy with Wrath, too many games? That's fair, yeah. How do I get all my gold? A few different methods. I get asked that too many times. Sorry, I don't want to talk about that again. Understand, I get asked how I make gold every single stream, and I'm just kind of, like, low-key tired of answering that question. So I'll just say carries as a general answer. You find a lot of Dragonflight's writing corny and cringy. Yeah. Your personal opinion is that Dragonflight is a disappointment because Shadowlands was so bad, Dragonflight had to be the best story ever to redeem, and well, it isn't. I mean, you're not wrong, but I also don't necessarily think it had to be an amazing story. I think I would have, like, at this point, I honestly don't even know if that's true, right? I think a lot of people would have just been happy with, like, a somewhat decent story. Right? And Dragonflight is not even a somewhat decent story. So, would it have definitely needed to be an amazing story for, you know, people to genuinely consider? I think maybe not necessarily for people to, like, enjoy the game or enjoy the story, right? I don't know. I would have needed something amazing to reconsider Steve Denuser's writing capabilities. Because as it stands, I just think he's a talentless hack. And so does pretty much anybody who has actually looked at the story. And Dragonflight has done nothing to change that perception. And they tried to basically make it seem like, oh, you know, maybe he actually knows what he's doing, right? Because there were all those interviews where people would say, well, Shadowlands was because of former people on the team, but Dragonflight is Steve's baby. This is, like, his story, and he's going to do it right. And, like, there's... literally anybody with a brain already knew that it was going to be bad, because it has nothing to do with, like, Shadowlands not being his baby, right? Bad writing is bad writing. You know, I've said before, one of the things that, like, all of my writing teachers always said is a good writer can at least make a terrible concept sound interesting. It doesn't matter how bad of a premise Shadowlands was. Was it a bad premise? Yes. You know, they definitely didn't give a lot to work with there. it was a bit flawed from the start. But there were just so many fundamental, egregious mistakes done in Shadowlands, just throughout every step of the way, that you can't convince me that, oh, no, the writing issues were solely to blame on, like, Alex Afrasiabi or whatever, and it's because he ruined the story before he walked out the door, and that's why it sucks. Like, no, I'm sorry. That's just not true. You know, it absolutely, the writing team is at fault. And, like, I get it. I know that they probably were just frustrated that they were dealt a shit hand in terms of having to deal with the Shadowlands story, and they didn't try very hard, and then they kind of, like, gave themselves, like, a little pat on the back by saying, well, it's okay, we'll do it right the next time. But they didn't. Like, I don't know. Just... I think the whole thing was just a series of blunders the entire way through. What's my 262 belt? And vendor the other one. Let's see. Blizz announced that Random Dungeon Finder and Default Quest Helper is coming to Wrath Classic in the next major update. That's a good point, actually. I noticed that right before I started the stream. I didn't actually read the post. So I'm actually going to tab out real quick and read that. I guess it's one paragraph. In an IGN interview, Blizzard explained the reason they weren't going to implement it at launch is because of the spirit of WoW Classic. That's bullshit. In June of 2022, Blizzard introduced an updated... whatever. Okay, so Wowhead's just... I guess all they're saying is just that it is coming. And then Wowhead's just giving flowery... whatever. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Definitely going to make leveling in Wrath Classic much better. So, yeah. I don't really have much to say. I read the article to see if there was anything to comment on. There's not really much to say. It's good, obviously. Default Quest Helper... the default Quest Helper one is the stupidest one, right? Because that is just... it should have been in at launch. So... you want to tell me that they wanted to keep out Random Dungeon Finder for XYZ reason? Fine. Default Quest Helper... it is, like, just actually kind of egregious that that was not in there at launch. Really don't know what the fuck they were thinking. And it doesn't have much impact because people just use Questy and stuff anyways. So, I'm glad it's here. It's stupid that we didn't have it already. But you technically already had that functionality. That one was just purely Blizzard trying to look cool in interviews. There is absolutely no logical reason to remove the default Quest Helper when absolutely nobody ever made that complaint about Wrath. That was something that, like, people maybe said they're very small subset of the Classic player base, mind you, said they liked Classic because they had to read the quest text. And that's like OG Classic, right? Because obviously you actually had the Quest Helper in the game by the time... you know, Wrath was actually out. So it's not even like that was a point in Wrath's favor. And they took it away because they thought that one of the things the Classic community wanted was, I don't know, the ability to read the quest. When, like, literally everybody, even since Original Vanilla, used, or, I don't know, Original Vanilla, Original Classic used Questy. That one was just fucking brain dead. I have no idea which developer was able to get that one through, but they should honestly be fired. Dumb decision. Random Dungeon Finder was stupid, the fact that it got removed. It should have been in there at the launch. If they want to add it now, fine. I still think it's stupid they added the token first. They can't sit here and try to say that the adding Random Dungeon Finder, or not adding it, rather, was anything other than just, you know, a posturing move. Because we've already seen that they'll just ship the token with no concern over how it impacts Classic. And mind you, I don't really give a shit about the token's impact on Classic. I don't really think it has much. But I just think from a, you know, try to save face perspective, you can't make one argument and then just ship the token and then try to act like that was still your intention the whole way through. Like, I don't know. Blizzard's pretty transparent at this point. I'm glad they're adding it because, you know, it's something that should have been added at the start. Whatever. Okay, so let me just, before I read chat, right, because I'm going to be honest, so two things. One, I kind of want to wait for more people to get here because we're still a little bit on the low end. And it's still fairly early, relatively speaking. It's still only about 40 minutes into the stream, and I want to do something a little bit different for the start of this run, assuming RNG works out in my favor. So, one thing I'm going to check real quick before we do prep is I'm actually going to go and check the available buffs in the Dreamsurge ahead of time, so we can see what's coming up next. And that'll influence when I start the run. Obviously, if none of the good buffs appear, then I will just start the run. But if I need to delay it for 30 minutes to guarantee that I get the right buff, then I don't mind that. I can just sit here and catch up in chat. So I'm just going to head to the portal room. Let me find where I left off in chat when I was reading it. All this talk about friends, love, one-liners kind of crap. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Traditional, like, the general, like, tone of World of Warcraft storytelling also doesn't make sense. Like, World of Warcraft has a very, like, My Little Pony-esque, like, writing style most of the time, which I'm not even necessarily hating on. Like, okay, what are the buffs? Oh, yeah, I need to fly there. It's, like, fine to have a story with, like, low-stakes friendship wins, etc., but World of Warcraft writers also take their story too seriously in a lot of cases, and then try to write in serious moments without realizing that it falls flat. Like, I saw a bunch of people who apparently... I want to turn that add-on off. Right, so, where are the buffs? Oh, shit. Okay, actually, 17 minutes we get the XP buff, which is good, because that means that right at the start, right out of the gate, I get the XP thing, but that also means that I can't delay starting the run for very long. So, alright. But yeah, one of the weirdest takes I saw is people actually thinking that, like, Loam getting burnt to a crisp was, like, actually a serious, impactful moment. And it's like, I wonder how some of the people who were writing that, they thought, wow, that was a really serious gut-punching moment where you see all the fun little guys get burnt to a crisp. And it's like, how do those people read stories? Right? Like, I don't get it. Because, like, was that really impactful? I actually found it comical, right? Because the whole writing for Zerla Caverns is just so ridiculous, and, like, you have to suspend your disbelief, as with always. And then it's almost funny that, like, you see this entire town of, like, funny, haha, side character mole people burnt to a crisp. And, like, the game then tries to take this 180 in tone and tell you, things are getting really serious, you should really be upset that these guys are dying. And it's like, I just think it's funny. Like, how am I supposed to take the comedy relief mole people seriously when they've been built up so far in the story as nothing but a joke? And the characters, you can't really take them seriously, and then suddenly they're burning to death, and their whole, like, city is on fire, and oh no! And just, World of Warcraft's use of tone and its storytelling is just so terrible. You can't write, like, a lighthearted, fun story, like, half the time, and then try to intercut it with, like, stuff that's supposed to be really serious. It just falls flat. I don't know. They don't really know what they want their story to be, and in the end, it just becomes impossible to take any of it seriously. It's like the whole Sendrax thing in Waking Shores, where I've joked about it ever since the Dragonflight beta, because it's such a ridiculous moment, right? Sendrax is like this ditzy, goofy dragon character, where she's like, oh, I hope Alex Crossasan will notice me. Oh, I'm not a good enough dragon yet, but I'll do my best to help you. And then she just randomly fucking kills herself midway through the story. And it's like this heroic sacrifice, and you're like, what? And you're supposed to be like, wow, poor Sendrax. It's like, she's the comedy relief character. And then she just randomly, for, like, the dumbest reason, is like, I'm gonna throw myself in front of fire beams to die. And you're supposed to feel sad? How? Like, it just, the way they build up to that, it's just nonsensical. To the point where it's just almost funny to me. I can't take the story seriously in any way as a result. Anyways, So I'm going to try to quickly read through chat because, actually, I need to get my talents set up first before anything else, because we need to start this run very soon because of the buffs, which works out well. I actually need to start it, can't even start it in 15 minutes. I need to start it in like 10 minutes, so that by the time I get to Onaran Plains, the buff is just starting. So I don't really think I'm going to change anything particular with my talents. I think I'm kind of fine with this. Let me go look up real quick, just to jog my memory. What are our... I generally remember what Havoc is running, but I'm just going to double check. All classes. Havoc on... I'm just going to check Sark, because I remember loosely copying the Sark talent builds. Okay, so next I'm probably going to take Fodder to the Flame, then Cycle of Hatred, then Shattered Destiny. And then on this side, I mean, this is easy. Same as always. I take Unnatural Malice. And then honestly, I have a lot of options, really. Because a lot of what Havoc usually takes here is utility stuff, which doesn't matter for leveling. Like, I don't need Darkness for leveling. Yeah. Alright, just go down the middle. Pretty straightforward. My PvP talents are fine. They're all set up. I don't think there's anything else that I need. Okay. So now everything else. Yeah, I have my mount equipment. Yeah, we're good to go. Okay, let me I was talking about Sendrax, not Alex Straza, before. Unfortunately, yeah, it is fairly early on, so still haven't gotten a ton of people here. I should also note, maybe this is a good time to say, I usually don't say this, but like, throw the stream a like, right? You know, if you're enjoying watching it. If you're hate watching it for whatever reason, then I guess you can dislike it. Go ahead. But that does actually help it. I don't really know how much of an impact the likes and stuff have on the algorithm for the live stream itself, like when you are currently watching right now. But whenever it eventually turns into a video, that stuff does carry over, so it should help then. So that would, you know, make my life a little bit easier. But okay, like I said, I'm going to try to speedrun through chat. I might need to get back to stuff later on. Feel like Dragonflight is being written for children? Yeah, I kind of agree with that. You don't like how soft the characters in the story feel? Completely agree, kind of like my Sendrax thing before. It's crazy how they ruined Rathian before a 0.5 patch ever came out. Yeah, Rathian's character, I can't even get into that. I'm just going to rant for too long if that happens. Rathian's story was so cool in MoP, yeah. BFA had amazing zones and memorable zones at least, just a shame Azerite armor existed. Yeah, I'd say that's fair. BFA had some pretty good zones. Of all the things that went wrong in BFA, Rathian wasn't really fucked up. Then they regressed this character to astronomical levels in Dragonflight. That's true. Yeah. They're writing ruined Wrath of the Lich King's writing. Yeah. The events of Zareth Mortis and the Jailer is the conclusion to his story. So, yeah, I will quickly say, I ranted about this before, and I don't want to get myself started, because like I said, I have limited time before I have to start the run. But the fact that they tried to do the whole conclusion to the story thing, it was so blatantly like a reach to basically make themselves seem as cool as Final Fantasy XIV, which at the time, Endwalker was also releasing right around patch 9.2. So they very clearly, because Endwalker, of course, was advertised as like the conclusion to the story, because it was, right? And then Blizzard's like, hey, they're doing that, let's just copy them. And then just cheaply tried to say that it was the end of the Warcraft 3 story. And it's like, you're ending a storyline that started back in A Realm Reborn? Well, we're ending a storyline that started back in Warcraft 3. It was just so dumb and transparent. I don't know. Blizzard's marketing team is fucking dog shit. They just do not understand how to actually get people to play this game. Hey owner, good to see you. Another Saturday, another stream, yep. You like the BFA story, but the gameplay was terrible? Yep. Shadowlands has got to be the worst written lore to service in history of gaming alongside Halo 5. Yeah, I didn't play Halo 5, but I've heard bad things about it. Not trying to deflect or just trying to make an argument that Shadowlands and BFA questing is probably on the same level, but what do you know? Okay, thank you. I already have water, but I appreciate it. Are you leaving?
Yes.
Okay. Bye.
Are you feeding the cat toys, Ashley?
I actually don't know.
Yes.
I assume she is. I don't think Germany guy is coming today.
He's coming today.
He is coming today?
Yes.
She gave me the wrong fucking day. She told me the 20th. I literally said... Oh, 8 p.m. Well, then she better be able to fucking do it. Okay. I specifically said... Jesus fucking Christ. Alright. If I need to, I'll do it, obviously. But... Anyways, that is my dad leaving for Italy. Anyways, let me try to catch up on chat a little bit more. As a poet and a writer, execution is everything. Yep. You did try to enjoy the story since a friend of yours really likes it, but boy does it suck balls. Completely agree. Yeah. You knew Dragonflight's writing was going to be bad, but you didn't think they were going to have it be this awful. Rest in peace, beloved characters. Yep. You don't think you know a single person that didn't use an add-on like Questy for Classic. Yeah, exactly. Strange to have a stance against Quest Helper when they not only eventually added a level boost, but also they must have known a portion of Classic players used Mage services for leveling. Yeah, I mean, I will say, I don't think everybody boosted characters that way. But I still do agree that, at the very least, I don't know if I would say that the Mage services thing is a point against the Quest Helper, but I do think the fact that everyone used Questy is a point against not adding the Quest Helper. It was stupid from the start. I already ranted about that. Current WoW feels like it's a parody of itself. Yeah, I could see that. You completely forgot Lone Burned until now. Yeah. Like, they set up these, like, characters that were supposed to be important, and then it's like the Sendrax thing, where they set up a bunch of those Loam characters, built them up over the hour or so that the story takes. Not long if you're doing it, like, in one sitting. And then they kill off those characters in a dramatic fashion and try to, like, the story slows down to give the characters' deaths meaning or whatever, and you don't fucking know who they are. It's like, it's some random mole person that I've known for an hour. And, like, I forget, I want to say it's the one named Bryn Sachi, just because I remember that name because it, like, sounded fun. And I just remember how ridiculous it sounds when they're sitting there like, oh no, Bryn Sachi, he was so good. And it's like, I don't even know who this dude is. Why are we making a big deal out of this? You can't just, like, build up a character over 1 hour of story and then try to act like its death is important. Anyways. It's not wrong to have Disney S tunes, being a total inconsistency. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Just, yeah. Somebody saying Dragonflight is 90 euros or pounds or whatever? Yeah, definitely cheaper. The short answer to your question is that the writers are so pretentious they can't tell the difference. Yeah, exactly. Your internet went out for a minute, but the entire 10.1 campaign was either erupting with laughter, or you were infuriated. Straight up, a few cutscenes felt like something out of the room. Yes, exactly. May have said this if so sorry. What's the easiest to level and the hardest? Check the description. What? What?
She'll let you know, but you need to let her late night walk.
Yeah, I will. Of course, yeah. Bye. Are you asking me when I'm going to play Classic? I've already played a ton of Classic. Like, on stream before, too. So, like, I don't know. I don't understand your question when I'm going to play Classic. I literally do. I have streamed it. Anyways, sometimes you think it's way worse than Shadowlands Story. Yeah, I could see that. Ottawa Senators Enjoyer said Meatball. Interesting name, interesting comment. Did I see that they may be adding LFD in ICC patch? I mean, it's not may, they are adding it, right? It's not a question. At least, I don't know, maybe I misread the article, but the article seemed to indicate it was absolutely happening. Anyways. Bastion's storytelling was terrible, especially after that new guy who turned into the Arbiter, yeah. You're new to private server WoW vanilla, but you're scared to play dungeons? I mean, I don't play private servers, so I don't know. Like, I don't understand the question, Predrak Rickek, or Rickek? I don't know how to say that. If it's a private server question, obviously I can't answer that because I don't play private servers. So, if it's something that I can answer based on retail experience, let me know, but I don't understand. Private servers aren't illegal. I think it's technically illegal to run it, not to play on it. That said, I don't, so I wouldn't be able to answer it. Oh, you said, I see, Meatball, because my dad is going to Italy. Gotcha. Yep. Do you think they'll bring the jailer back? He's your favorite WoW character, yeah. You say May because you don't trust Blizzard to do it right? That's fair. Alright, so I need to get the XP buff in 5 minutes, so we are going to just start the run with no real excitement, but I just need to jump into this, right? I need to get to the Dragon Isles quickly. Let's see. I also will note, I am probably, because this is going to be a shorter run than usual, right? So, obviously, 60 to 70 run tends to be around 3 hours, is like the estimated completion time for this. So, in combination with the 1 hour that we've started so far, that means we probably have around like the 4-hour mark in the stream when I will be switching to Classic Hardcore. That being said, I will give a heads up right now. How much Classic Hardcore I play really depends on how I am feeling and really how many people are still here at that point. Because today, so far, it has been a slow start, which is fine. You know, we'll still do the Demon Hunter run. But Classic Hardcore is one of those things where, especially at the end, I will continue streaming if it's an active stream, but I mean, I can't really pinpoint when or why this happens. Some streams, like the Fury Warrior one, do really well, and by like the first hour, we have like a shit ton of viewers. Sometimes it's like the Augmentation Evoker, or a Devastation Evoker run was the one recently, where like, it just never gets going, really. And the reality is, once we're done with this run, if it hasn't really picked up by then, I will probably not do much. I will probably hit the next level, do like 30 minutes of questing, and then we'll be done for today. Especially considering official launch is so soon anyway, I'm not going to burn myself out if it's just like a very small thing. So just a heads up there, because I did at least, I set it up, I planned for it in case I needed to. Okay, so at this point we just take the portal to Valdraken. So I have Classic Hardcore stuff ready to go if I need to use it, but at the moment it doesn't seem like I will be doing much of that. Just fair warning, because I don't want people to be waiting around for Classic Hardcore and then disappointed when I say, hey, I'm not going to keep this going, right? Streaming consistently in general, it definitely is stressful, right? And like, one of the other things right now is I wouldn't say I haven't had time to upload a video in the past week, or rather, there's been so many things I'm working on, especially like in preparation for 10.1.7 and Classic Hardcore. Fuck, I forgot to put my dragon flying mount on my bars. There we go. Yeah, so I've been doing enough things for setup that I haven't really had a lot of time to make videos, but at the end of the day, it is one of those things where I do need to choose my time wisely. So streaming is nice and all, but it can be difficult to really set aside time to do these consistently, especially depending on the subject. So we'll see. Why? What the hell? Okay. I could not... Yeah, weird UI glitch. The button just was not working. I don't know what was causing that. Where is it that I need to go? I'm also just going to quickly restart the game because we passed through Valdraken. Haven't hit a memory leak yet, thankfully. And also, before I forget, there is Rare Scanner. Reload UI. Okay. Exit game, and then we'll just restart really quick. Just waiting for it to... I can already see that it's lagging slightly. I don't know if it picks up on the stream or not. Let's see. You can't wait any longer for 10.2 news? Yeah. I'm surprised we haven't seen much yet so far. It definitely seems like we should have at least gotten some information on it already. I don't really know why we haven't. I don't really know why they're holding it back as much as they are, but that's what it is. You watched all my videos several times. Best on YouTube. I appreciate it, yeah. I know it's difficult, though. It's one of those things where, especially covering, like, different games, I count classic, oh, that's the Waygate exploration. Okay, the XP thing just popped, so now I effectively need to get as much of Onaran Plains done within this 30-minute window as possible. And also, I can check what is coming up next. Alright, so the XP buff is not up next once again, which is fine. The odds of that are extremely rare. Shit. Fuck that up. Yeah, covering, like, different games at once is always a bit tricky. And it's always, like, worrying. I think one of the hardest things is whenever things are low. You know, obviously, there's always going to be, like, good videos and bad videos, like periods of high viewership and low viewership. And same thing applies for streams, too. I'm going to have very big streams, and I'm going to have smaller streams, right? And it's one of those things where I know that, right? But deep down, I guess I know that. But it's a little bit hard to, I guess, deal with that in the moments. Let me... there we go. You know, in the moment, whenever things aren't going super well, and of course, you want to panic, right? You want to blame the algorithm, blame literally anything you can, but it is what it is. So, the way that I usually go about it is, what the hell? Did all of my settings get completely fucked? Do I not have, I have auto loot on, so why the fuck isn't it working? Okay. It's tilting, because especially right now, I need to be... I don't know why. My keyboard is fucked. We're not starting off super great for this stream. I'm gonna be completely real. I'm also, like, kind of tired, because I only just woke up before starting it, and, didn't have, like, a whole lot of time to get set up. We'll see. Anyways, yeah, I won't complain about it. I will say is a lot of times it's just one of those things where, as much as I would love to, like, you know, I could stream classic hardcore for, like, 24 hours today, if I wanted to. But, I need to basically use my time wisely, and even if I am going to be playing classic hardcore later on, streaming is, like, another level of exhaustion, and it's like, when I am... For instance, when I'm playing classic hardcore on my own, not streamed or anything like that, it's, like, somewhat relaxing. It's still a little bit stressful compared to other stuff, because, you know, it's hardcore, you can't die, so you always need to be kind of on your toes. But I can at least, like, do other stuff. Okay, I am starting to be tilted. Why is half my shit just not auto-looting? I keep interacting with these objects, and then my auto-loot doesn't work. I don't know, I have to guess that there's some add-on. Like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. There's some add-on, it must be, it has to be, that is interfering with this and preventing it from working properly. Because this is just ridiculous. Every single time I try to loot something. And this is just going to tilt the shit out of me if it keeps happening. If the entire rest of this run, the first time I try to loot something, it just doesn't work, I'm just going to start getting very frustrated. And I don't want to be very frustrated, because then I just feel worse. Right? Yeah. So I'll do the quests over here. So in case you are just joining in now, right? Or maybe I don't know how much I explained before. So the main new change in patch 10.1.7 is there are these things called Dreamsurges. And Dreamsurges are you know, these things that pop up, like, in the middle of the zone, and then there's, like, different events and stuff like that. That's, like, the max level thing that happens. And while leveling, whenever a zone is affected by a Dreamsurge, which it happens one zone per week, right? So this week, the zone that is affected by the Dreamsurge is always going to be Onaran Plains. That's just, like, everybody will have access to that. It will never be Waking Shores this week or anything. So if you watch the Devastation Evoker run from last weekend, then you'll get to see how it was Waking Shores, and we kind of played around that. And while that thing is active, you get 25% increased experience. So that, obviously, is quite good, right? 25% increased XP. It's not a ton, but it's good. Yeah, it helps. What's more interesting about this is when the event is active, there are these periods of, like, voting where you can choose what the next buff in the zone is going to be for 30 minutes. And one of the options is this thing, Dreamsurge Learnings. And that gives you an additional 50% XP on top of the 25% one for a total of 75% increased experience. Obviously, a lot of quests that normally wouldn't be very good, when you give them 75% additional experience, suddenly they become really good. And one of the things that a lot of people don't realize, and as I'm saying this, I realize I need to give a clarification here. Otherwise, I'm going to get people watching this without context, annoying the shit out of me in the future because I said that some things are really good when you get 25% increased experience. That is only when it's not, like, equivalent. So a lot of people will ask me, oh, with this whatever temporary buff, does leveling in XYZ zone suddenly become viable? Completely forgetting that the buff affects everything in my traditional route. So if there is a 50% buff that affects everything equally, well, then obviously that the already efficient stuff, when you multiply it by 50%, it's just going to be better. A lot of people think that, like, randomly some zones are more affected by, like, a 50% buff compared to others. And that is not the case. So let's say that this buff did extend everywhere in the Dragon Isles, the route would not change whatsoever. The reason why this one is different compared to a lot of stuff we've seen is it only impacts one zone at a time. So whereas Azur's Span is very clearly the best zone for, like, leveling in Dragonflight, if Azur's Span is not the one that's being chosen, well then suddenly you need to consider other options. Because now, is Azur's Span the best in a vacuum? Sure, but is Azur's Span best when you give 75% increased experience through another zone? It's debatable. And we're still going to be doing a lot of Azur's Span, because obviously it is still good, but what the new system effectively means is that whenever one zone is being buffed by a Dreamsurge, there's more stuff within it that you want to do. Thaldraszus is going to be the trickiest because a lot of Thaldraszus is very, very, very far behind, like, in terms of efficiency. So there are parts of Thaldraszus that are, like, slightly fast, but whereas Onaran Plains and Waking Shores both have a decent amount of side quest chains that are just slightly inefficient. And, you know, you don't feel super bad about doing them with a 75% increased experience buff. Thaldraszus has a lot of stuff that's, like, really not that good. And I guess technically, if you give it 75% more experience, it's probably worth doing. So I will probably do that in some shape or form if Thaldraszus is active. Of course, I just won't do runs while Thaldraszus is active. But, like, if you were leveling a character during that week and you just wanted to know what the most efficient thing to do was, you'd probably still do shit in Thaldraszus, just because 75% buff is pretty significant. But it's not like all of the other zones. I said this last week, but very obviously, doing or leveling whenever Azur's Span is buffed is of course going to be your best option, because as we've already said, in a vacuum, Azur's Span is best. So if Azur's Span has 75% increased experience, it becomes very, 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 very good. And Waking Shores and Onaran Plains are roughly equivalent. So far, I've done 2 runs, and this is a little bit unfortunate. I've done both of my runs when Waking Shores and Onaran Plains were buffed, And unfortunately, I'm not going to be doing a run for this next weekend. So the week that Azurspan will actually get buffed will be when Classic Hardcore releases, and I'm not going to be doing any of those speedruns next week. I guess I should clarify that in case I haven't mentioned that already. That is going to be the plan for next week. So I will return to doing these like runs as usual, but specifically for this next weekend when Classic Hardcore is releasing, and of course on the release day, right? On the Thursday, on the Friday. Then I am only going to be doing that. And we will go back to the regular schedule the week after Classic Hardcore launch. So just heads up. Unfortunately, that does mean I miss testing Azurspan. But to be honest, this is probably the last 60 to 70 testing run that I do for 10.1.7. It doesn't impact the route that in enough of an interesting way, it seems, that people really want to watch it. So I will, of course, continue testing it on my own so I can update the guide and figure out what is fast. But I'm happy to do this testing if people want to watch it. Otherwise, I might as well just do it on my own while watching Netflix, right? So people seem to prefer the 10 to 60 stuff, even the 40 to 60 stuff. So that is what I will focus on going forward. And then I will probably do a 60 to 70 speed run off stream and try to go for like a really fast, like world record-esque time, even though there's really not such a thing as world record for 60 to 70, because, right, not like an equivalent starting point. But I will do a very fast 60 to 70 run. Like I said, though, that would be off stream, when I can just basically set up the perfect conditions and try to do that on my own. Anyways. Matthew Roundbranch said, got Mechagon hard mode mount, also you're amazing. Thank you, and congrats on the Mechagon hard mode mount. That is definitely a good one. So, the stupid duck is attacking me. I'll catch up on chat in a second. The nice thing about this is it's only like 30 minutes where I have to like really focus and go super fast, and after that, like slows down a little bit. It won't be 30 minutes on the timer, it'll probably be like 35 minutes on the timer. Let's see. Does the XP buff from the zone only apply to killing NPCs, or does it apply to quests? If it applies to killing monsters, you can see people looking for boosts when Onaran Plains and Azurspan get the zone events. It should just be flat 50%. So that's kind of one of the unfortunate things about it. I think it affects boosting as much as it does regular leveling, which means I'm still going to have to see those comments from people. I don't know. Like, I get that people like boosting, but I find it a little bit silly that Blizzard hasn't killed it yet. It's just, I don't know. I never think, like, boosting at this point, with the amount of optimization that people have already put into it, for at least 60 to 70, and I think technically speaking at low levels too, right? Because you can use a Warlock Gateway to summon a character there, which, you know, whatever. Boosting at this point with how optimized it is and how easy it is to do with Dragonflight stuff, like, yeah, it's faster if you have a group of, like, geared boosters running you through, right? Sure. Which means I still need to read those comments from people telling me that, technically speaking, they leveled faster because they paid money for a boost. And it's like, why would you self-report like that? And also, who fucking cares? But, yeah, unfortunately, I think it does apply for boosts. So, which does mean that I guess business for boosting, you know, it's probably going to be better during those weeks. So, yeah. Fun stuff. I should also equip my BOE stuff before I forget. I'm going to take all of these items and put them here. And just final item. Place that ring. And replace necklace. And since it's PTR, I can just vendor stuff nilly-willy and not worry about it. Alright, delete that. There we go. So, obviously, I don't normally go this far into the story for Onaran Plains, but we are doing it because it is buffed with the 50% XP thing, and these quests are not bad. These are very much quests that are okay to do. It is, like, fine. Also, I should use my consumables here, so I'm just going to do that. And... trying to think. I'm sure there's going to be cases in like a little bit where I have time to eat my food buff during roleplay. Because I don't want to like sit down and randomly just eat food for 10 seconds when nothing else is going on. So if I can find a good opportunity to get that food buff in, then that's what I'll do. There's the spices. It's been so long since I've done this quest, I always forget how it actually works. Yeah, that's the one that you interact with second. Yeah. Here we have a wild Havoc player. They're in one of two categories. Either they're super good or absolute trash. There's no... there's also a very rare type of DH who is the PvP man, and that is all. That's fair. I know a lot of Demon Hunters who really enjoy PvP. I'd imagine Demon Hunter PvP is pretty fun with the mobility. Hello, Koji Kosi Y. Good to see you. Alright, I'll do... Where's the next set of RP? I forget. We definitely... I need to do the Ring of Blood. So that's something... Before the XP buff falls off, I need to do that. Probably pulled way more than I needed to. Do I do any PvP? No. I don't PvP at all. Personally, I don't enjoy it. Let's see. Plan O'Near. Okay, so I have one left. Also, I don't know if I actually... I read the donation from Matthew Roundbranch. I don't know if I actually commented on it being a donation, but thank you. That was SCK20, which I don't know what that is. I've seen SCK donated before, but I do appreciate that. I just one of those things where I was, like, in full reading message catch-up mode that, like, it didn't even really process at first that that was a donation, but I do appreciate it. The equivalent of $2? Awesome, thank you. Let's see. With a Darkmoon Fair buff, it even goes up to 85? Yeah. That's one of the weird things about the whole buff thing. I don't know. I really have no idea how all that stuff's going to work out. With the Darkmoon Fair buff, it's going to be weird trying to do a run like this. Because on one hand, Azure Span getting buffed is very clearly going to be the best thing that can be buffed. Right? And it's not even close. I actually wonder... I mean, like, who am I kidding? I know the answer, right? Darkmoon Fair is still going to be better, provided it's not Thaldraszus. If Thaldraszus is the thing that gets buffed during Darkmoon Fair, which technically speaking... we'll at least get one decent zone during Darkmoon Fair, because you always see at least two options. Why is the... there we go. You always see at least two options during every single Dreamsurge, right? Because Darkmoon Fair doesn't start and end exactly on the week, and the Dreamsurge does, or at least the Dreamsurge changes. Oh man, I completely forget the answers. I had that memorized on Dragonflight Beta when, like, I had to do that quest, and then now I've completely forgotten the order. Okay, yeah, this is the Green Dragonflight quest. Okay, here's actually a little bit of roleplay where I have a chance to get my food buff set.
It has been many years since our people connected.
Hello, Infinite. Good to see you. I got my buff set up. And... now I'm gonna go... where is... which quest directs me to... it's this thing. It's the little poster. Directs me to, like, the new Ring of Blood. And I can go do that. Also, why...
Within our gardens stands a portal to the Emerald Dream.
Yo.
We cannot empower our Oathstone.
I'm not going to do this quest first, because I want to get the entire Ring of Blood done in the final 10 minutes I have with this buff. And then, as I've said before, I will catch up and chat a little bit after this buff fades. Because then we can plan accordingly. Also, what was I about to do? Right. I was going to do Abandoned Zone quests, and then I realized I don't have Abandoned Zone quests on the PTR. Actually, really sucks. I'm just going to manually at least get rid of my Gorgrond quests, because that's like a lot of space that I'm just going to want later. And it's also just really cluttering up my quest log and making it hard for things that I actually want to see to appear. So, there we go. Alright, so soloing Ring of Blood, I haven't really done this a lot. I think, generally speaking, it's a good set of quests, but Ring of Blood is definitely one of those quest lines that is okay, but especially when solo, I don't know necessarily if this is worth doing. There's a decent amount of RP, the stuff has a lot of health. Generally speaking, it takes way too long to kill it if you are playing on your own. I think I'll probably be fine. So I should be able to actually, like, solo these guys, no issue. It is more so just the RP side of things that, I think is going to be a bit annoying. I'm going to try to use all my cooldowns here. Fuck, I got clipped. Luckily, Havoc Demon Hunter has decent survivability, so I should be fine. I keep getting the soul fragments. There we go. Alright, and I need to be relatively quick. I could always come back and do this later, provided I get lucky and then we get a second XP buff. But I'd like to get as much of this done as I can now. So there's an add-on that lets you abandon all zone quests. I have it installed on retail, but this is the PTR, and I forgot to copy it over to the PTR, so I don't have it, unfortunately. I'll take Fodder to the Flame. Okay, so that's this guy. I'm just going to use Immolation Aura now, and the guy should activate shortly, and then I'm going to save Bloodlust for the final boss, because I will only get one use of Bloodlust. I am in a meta here, because I want to make sure I'm using my cooldowns when needed. And look, if I am not playing Havoc perfectly correctly, I know Havoc a little bit, I'm not an expert at Havoc. I know it enough to level with it. I main Vengeance, okay? So I might not be, like, doing the absolute perfect DPS rotation, whatever. I'm not super concerned about that. So which one is next? Oh, this one. At least some of these ones have faster RP than, like, the Walrus. Or I guess, it's not a Walrus, it's a River Beast. Whatever. Oh, fuck. I thought it was about to activate, so I burned my charge. Yeah, this is stupid RP. I always hate that. Immolation Aura. Can't get hit by that, because that would... Demoralizing Howl, I think, reduces my damage taken, so I don't want to get hit. There we go, that wasn't too bad. I'm trying to double jump through the gap there to make my quest pick up and accept process a little bit faster. I keep fucking it up. Okay, so we have 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes to finish the remaining Ring of Blood quests is not too bad. There is an add-on, though, that does abandon all zone quests. it actually, it does do exactly that. Abandons all quests specific to one zone with the press of one button. Very convenient. I actually quite like it for speed leveling stuff. Just for convenience sake, it's very nice. And it is literally just called Abandoned Zone Quest, so very easy to find as well. This one, I vaguely remember that the poison is pretty bad, so I want to kick that. I think I have enough survivability just in general to not really worry about this, but... I don't know. Kinda getting my ass kicked here. Okay. Yeah, that one's always a little bit spooky. I remember the casts being very, 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 very annoying. Is this the final boss? Okay, so there's 2 more bosses until the end. I have about 4 to 5 minutes. And you can see this has been really good experience. So far, for the amount of quests that I've done, getting to level 62.5 effectively off this, I mean, it's nuts, right? It's only possible because of the 75% buff. So there's still a lot of good stuff that I haven't done yet. So, whereas the Devastation Evoker run was largely... I wouldn't say it was completely unaffected by these buffs, because I did get at least some decent things out of it, like in Waking Shores. But I've gotten way more uptime off it so far, because we started the run with it, which... I mean, honestly, for all future runs that I do... like I said, this will probably be the last one I actually stream. I might record a run after the patch goes live, but at this point, I don't really think I'll be doing any more of these on stream. But whenever I do my testing runs, just to make it accurate, I'm always going to be starting the run off with the 50% buff, like we have here. I think that's a bit better. And ideally, I think as long as you get 2 of the buffs throughout your time leveling, which, I mean, it's not impossible. If you do that, then I think that's enough to make it good. Oh, shit. I'm gonna kill the pet first. I should also use my potion here. I forgot, the pet doesn't die. Okay. I also really need to... generate soul fragments so I can heal, because this is actually really painful. For anyone who isn't familiar with this questline for whatever reason, this is a group questline. It's suggested 5 players. You can do it, obviously, if you're playing a really good spec like Havoc DH, and you are obviously, like, in my position, where... How much does this give? You know what? That gives enough experience, I'm willing to do it. Especially, I can sneak this in real quick while I'm here. Oh, we got the Emerald Dream one again. Alright. There actually is the Honey Plums world quest. So, that's actually one of the few world quests I'll sometimes do whenever it's up, just because it is actually pretty good. Okay. You always use Help Me Play to do the quest chatter. I don't know that one. Should also Lust here. I'm just going to... Okay, Stunning did nothing. Unfortunate. To pick up my souls, because otherwise I might die. This one is very spooky. Definitely the spookiest out of all of them so far. But at least you can kill one of them off before you get healing from the Theater of Pain Demon, and I should be able to do this right before it ends. Oh no, it ended! Okay. That's fine, though. So I lost what could have been 75%, or it would have just been 50% additional experience on that world quest. Not really a big deal, I think. Missed it by barely anything. I will quickly check what is up next. I forget what buffs these are. It's not the XP one. Fuck, I'm phased. That's really annoying. Hold on. Just so I can check what the buffs are, I'm actually going to swap over to my other character that should be parked here. We'll basically use it to scout. I actually think just the knowledge that I'll gain from that will be worth any potential time loss. Valiant said, thank you so much for the content. Appreciate it. Mucho, mucho. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Okay, I was on this character. So, I forget what the icon is for getting all of the buffs at once. But what we want is either just, obviously, the 50% buff itself, or there is another buff that gives you all of them at the same time. Yeah, so that is Hibernation, and both of these are trash. We don't need either one. So what this means is that because the current 30-minute cycle doesn't have the 50% buff, and none of the options for the next cycle are the 50% buff, I won't be able to level here for the next hour. I could, but I would be basically losing efficiency. So what we're hoping is that I'll get at least one more use of the 50% buff for the rest of the questline. I think another 30 minutes should be just enough for me to get like all the really fast stuff done in Onaran Plains. And that would make it worthwhile. But for now, because obviously I would rather do this with 50% experience, I don't want to like waste what could be a really good XP source, I'm actually going to head over to Waking Shores and we're going to do that. So, the only issue with Waking Shores is it's probably not going to take me a full hour to complete. Because, right, so the earliest possible time that I can return here, according, like, in realm time, it's noon, right? But it's 3 for me. So 1 hour from now is the earliest possible time. And that is assuming that, that is assuming that one of the two options in the next set is the 50% buff once again. Which, statistically speaking, is not likely. Which is one of the reasons why I hate this new system. Because, you know, it's just RNG bullshit a lot of times. So, you can either get, like, we saw right at the end of the Devastation Evoker run, I got the same buff 2 times back to back. And, yeah, sometimes that happens, sometimes it don't. Anyways. Now that the buff is done, though, I don't need to be rushing as much. So let me actually scroll up. I'm going to read chat that I missed. Because I wasn't actively reading it for a little bit there. They probably aren't able to keep up the content cadence for 10.2, right? I actually think I will be surprised if 10.2 doesn't release at the same pace. I think they're just delaying the announcement for whatever reason, which I do think is a bit odd. But I haven't seen anything to indicate that they're necessarily falling behind on the amount of content they're putting out. I just don't know why they're keeping it so close to the chest. Especially for me, it's like a little bit annoying just because I'm probably going to be playing something different next patch. And I want to get started prepping on it as early as possible. And I can't really do that. I don't know, it's just, is what it is, but I guess I'm also, like, so part of me is kind of upset a little bit that they haven't... Oh, my phone buzzed. I had to get a new phone, by the way, but I don't really think it should be making enough noise to really be bothersome. Yeah, so part of me is a little bit annoyed that we haven't heard anything about 10.2 yet. But also, part of me is really glad. Because with Classic Hardcore and stuff, like I said, it's already difficult enough to, like, do all of this content. And one of the things that I've always thought about is, I don't know, like, I could, if I wanted to, I could very easily do, like, daily uploads. Or, it probably wouldn't be daily uploads in, like, the traditional sense, right? But, like, I could very easily just vomit out videos, and I don't necessarily know if it would really help my channel, but it's one of those things where you can see a lot of channels that do that work. I've always tried to go for, like, a more quality over quantity approach, which means, like, I've been working my ass off the past week, but I haven't posted anything. And that's because a lot of what I'm doing is, when Classic Hardcore, like, servers actually come out, obviously, I want to be spending as much time as possible actually playing Classic Hardcore. So, the amount of stuff that goes into this behind the scenes, right, in terms of, like, editing and, you know, making thumbnails and whatnot, all that stuff, you know, that takes time. So I'm basically trying to anticipate anything that I could use, basically make my thumbnails and, like, little assets and stuff that I would need for stream and whatnot weeks in advance now, so that when Classic Hardcore is out, I don't need to spend time doing that. So instead of having to, like, delay my stream by, like, an hour or two 2 weeks from now because I need to make the thumbnail, well, I can just make it right now. And that way, during the entire week of Classic Hardcore, like, the first week when all that stuff is happening and I'm, like, really focused, I don't need to worry about anything else. And I can just, only focus on actually playing the game. So I've been doing a lot of that stuff, and it's like I could be vomiting out videos now, but I'd rather get a lot of that work done ahead of time and make sure that when Classic Hardcore comes out, I can make some, like, cool dungeon guides for it, because that is the plan. I thought about getting... So, what I'm also going to do, because I mentioned that before, right? What I am going to do for the Classic dungeon guides is I will... I'll pick Azur's Span too. Oh, fuck it, I'll click Thaldraszus. Why not? What I am going to do is probably, like, a full run with commentary and mild editing. So, I don't really have enough time at the moment to do, like, detailed dungeon guides like I traditionally do for every single dungeon in Classic, right? That's just something... No way I'm going to be able to do that. Nor do I think it necessarily is needed. I think if I were to give, like, a mechanical explanation of everything in Classic Dungeons, it honestly wouldn't be too interesting, and there wouldn't be a lot there to learn. I think what more people, at least for, like, the hardcore aspect of it, would be interested in is, like, the moment-to-moment pulls and stuff, what they need to watch out for, etc. So that is kind of what I'm going to focus on. It'll be, like, a full run, or, like, if there is a point in time where, like, nothing is happening in the footage, I'm not going to let there be dead air, so it'll be a mostly tightly edited full run, where it's showing all the different pulls, all the different bosses, and then if there's anything that I don't discuss within the run itself, then I will basically, like, in editing and stuff, go through and give commentary on, like, this is why I do XYZ thing. Also, do I have spare? I do have a spare profession slot. Alright, so we get that, and then I can go over here and pick up these quests. This part I will, as always, need to focus a little bit, just because it's not even necessarily that it's, like, time-sensitive, but just it requires a lot of concentration to do all this stuff properly. Okay. Like, if I'm trying to respond to chat and stuff, or even at this point, I guess I'm not really actively responding to chat, I'm more just rambling about some random bullshit. But even in that case, I need to just focus to make sure I'm actually doing all these stupid little interactions appropriately. Blacksmithing. Just get this done, and then we can cancel it. And just hop off. And then professions, mining. And then enchanting. Okay. Now I need to start the next section of RP. So talk to Solistra. Then, where is blacksmithing on my bars? Okay. Right. That's awkward. I never got blacksmithing tools. Alright, well there's one thing I'm forgetting. What do I even do about that? I've never been in this position. I have no idea how to recover from this. I obviously need to do... There must be some trade goods, and this must sell something. Blacksmith hammer. That should be enough? Yeah. That's good enough. And then I can actually just equip this blacksmith hammer right after. There we go. It's not a 5-star hammer, but, you know, it'll do. Okay, and then let me... I need to train the next few recipes. And then let me make sure I do this correctly. Only do first craft bonuses. Okay. And I fell a little bit behind there on the crafting, so normally I try to get all this done within the RP. Obviously that didn't happen because of that small delay there. And... yeah. Next one. And then at a certain, like, you can see I'm already getting less and less experience from each one. This might be my last craft. Yeah, that gave me nothing. Okay, so we're done with the first craft bonuses. Now it would be like, ask Sendrax to escort you, so obviously we're going to do that at the end. Anyways. Now that I've gotten all that done, I can continue responding to chat. So, I don't even remember what I was saying earlier, so I'm just gonna read the next message that I can find. Germany guy is coming today? Yes, Germany guy is coming today, apparently. Yeah, that whole... I don't know. I talked about that last weekend. This is, as mentioned, the weekend where, you know, I have to watch, like, the cats and the dog. And, you know, that's all well and good, but my sister was going to be, on most cases, coming around to help with, like, doing walks and stuff, at least during the times when I'm streaming, right? But it seems like I may need to, at least not for this stream, but for future streams. Like, I think she said tomorrow might be difficult. I did ask her, I'm like, look, on the days when I'm not streaming, like, I will literally just take care of all that stuff so you can spend time with Germany guy, even though she was supposed to help out before. I'm like, fine, whatever. Spend time with Germany guy, right? But, like, on the days when I'm streaming, at least, it would be nice if you could, like, not completely fuck me over and, like, help out there. So we'll see. I don't know. But I guess, yeah, I'll just... I should also probably be checking Discord just in case. So normally I don't check my Discord at all until after the stream. I will probably at least be peeking at that just to see if my sister sends me a message to let me know, like, hey, I'm coming over to, like, feed the cats and walk the dog or something like that. Because I want to make sure that I know. Okay. I can also probably use potion here, because I won't need it for a little bit. I want to be careful not to pull any of these other elementals, though. Yeah, okay. What even pulled this? Oh, shocking disclosure. Right. I still have that active, and that's going to damage all nearby enemies. Right. If I mount up right at the cave entrance and combat drops, apparently I'm still... How is that still indoors? Okay, and whatever, my Fell Rush hit it. God damn it. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I also, what's my experience at for this? I kind of want to turn in this quest, the Reputation one, after I get to Onaran Plains, because I'm pretty sure there's an NPC to turn that in there. We'll see. 64 already is actually quite nice. And then I'll take Cycle of Hatred. Alright. Let's see. Regarding profession leveling, you couldn't find anything on my website on what to make as a blacksmith. What? The only thing I have on there is what to make as a blacksmith. In fact, I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me double check this. Did it somehow get fucked up? I know for a fact, literally the example I gave in my guide is blacksmithing. It is literally... I use blacksmithing for this. Hold on. Adventure mode. It's literally right there. Are you talking... What to make? You make everything. Right? I guess, yeah, I just read the exact wording. What to make as a blacksmith has nothing to do with, like... Yeah, so only the mats you need. You didn't miss something. You make everything. Right? The entire point of that is you're just making every single item in blacksmithing until you run out of points. So what I have there is a list of the materials that you would theoretically need for the first 30 items that you'll be able to create as a blacksmith, and then you just make all of them. So, yeah. I guess I understand the confusion there, but yeah, that's all there is to it. You got your 8th Horde 70. Whenever you ding 70, you yell Jumanji, and if you're in a group, you just abandon it. It's probably considered bad manners, but it is tradition at this point. Nice. Let's see. There's a saying for this. Survival of the fittest. Let me grab these mobs, and I can get more... later on in this subzone. This should be enough. Nice. Managed to hit both of them with that. Let's see. Okay, so I read all of those messages. I'm caught up to where Chori was saying... Oh, I think I missed one of Chori's comments. The classic comment, you can pay X amount of gold and reach level 70 faster... does get annoying when you're trying to solo speedrun. Yeah. I get it a lot, too. Especially because there's, like, so many people who think they're, like, hilarious. There's like, two types of those comments. There's the people who think they're just making, like, the funniest joke ever created. Like, surely I'm the first person to think of the fact that, I press one button and I get level 70. And it's like, when you've heard that a million times, it gets old, and it's obviously not funny. And then there are people who genuinely believe... that, like, it's not a real-world record because I got a faster time while AFK being boosted from people. And they, like, use it as a brag. Like, your run is invalid because I was able to do the entire thing by paying money. And it's like... Huh? Like, do you understand how this works? Right? Like, no shit. You can pay money for a boost. That's not the point. But so many people genuinely think that the fact that boosting exists invalidates solo speedrunning or whatever. And it's like, I mean, if you don't want to do it, right? If you don't think it's impressive or you don't think it's fun or whatever, okay, right? But I just don't understand why those people comment. Clearly, they don't think it's like a waste or a worthy way to spend their time. Because they're actively bragging about using boosts. But... I will say, it does get really annoying having to read that comment over and over and over and over and over, when it's just like, don't fucking watch my video then. Like, why? I don't know. It's one of those things where, like, I'll admit, I probably get, like, more tilted than I should at certain comments. I don't, like, let it completely tilt me off the face of the planet. Like, a lot of times I'll just kind of leave a snarky response and then move on with my day. But, like, some of it does stick with me. And that's why, like, a lot of times when people mention it, like, it, just annoys me. Oh, fucking hell. I hate this mob. Literally, at the end of my hunt cast, it roots me. Yeah, that's a fucking pain in the ass. Yeah. I don't know. There's always stuff like that. I also, like, at this point, I've said before, it's like, I've gotten a lot of those comments recently in a short period of time because I've done so many runs recently. So whenever I'm doing a lot of, like, low-level runs and stuff like that, you get a ton of them. But I'm just trying to get, like, all of my Dragonflight leveling out of the way. Like, I've said this before, but I will at least give a disclaimer. One of the reasons I'm doing all of these runs right now is later on in the expansion, I have bigger fish to fry. There's relatively nothing going on at the moment, and I've always wanted to get a tier list done at some point, so I'm just trying to blast through a lot of these runs on stream. But it is definitely burning me the hell out, and I am going to try to do literally anything else whenever I am done. So the unfortunate reality is I'm sure that, like, in a few months' time, I'm going to start getting, like, the usual comments of, you haven't done a speedrun in a while, and the unfortunate reality is I probably won't be doing many. Once we are done making the tier list, do not expect another speedrun for quite a while, because I've done a bunch of them, and the goal is to knock all of them out now, and then just not worry about it. Yep. Are time-walking dungeons more efficient? Do them if you want. I mean, if they were more efficient, they'd be in my guide, right? It's also hard to say, because there's going to be changes. As for right now, I don't know, do what you want. Like, I'm going to tell you that they're not, or at least, the usual thing, time-walking dungeons are fine, but as I've said many, many, many times, obviously, I've gotten better results. Like, when I do time-walking dungeons, solo, mind you, and that's why people always say, well, I run with a pre-made group, and in that case, I don't know, maybe. But, like, my time doing solo queue time-walking dungeons is always around an hour or an hour and a half slower than my questing runs. But of course, I am very fast at doing questing runs. Your mileage may vary. Time-walking times tend to average out because it is more the average time of the entire group rather than one particular person. So, as usual, your mileage may vary. Play what you, I guess, enjoy more. I personally find questing to be, like, mindless enough that I prefer it, but that is just me. A lot of people prefer time walking. A lot of people will probably be faster with time walking. So that is all I'll say on that. That being said, it's going to be really weird when the next patch comes out in a few weeks, because the Dream Surges will make questing, at least within those Dream Surge zones, significantly faster. So, questing will definitely be better than time walking in some sections, but then you also have the time walking potion, which we don't really know how that is going to work yet, so it's kind of hard to evaluate. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I need to pick up the book here. The honey plum one is great. Spamming one macro. Yeah. It's always, makes it much easier to get that quest done. You'd be so dead if you pulled 5 mobs? I mean, it depends on what you're playing, right? Obviously, I mean, I have, like, a good setup here, right? So I have, you know, full heirlooms, full crafted gear, and stuff like that. And heirlooms, obviously, is one of those where you may not have it. But full crafted gear, you should definitely buy, because if you haven't actually checked it out yet, this stuff is dirt cheap. There's literally no reason to not level with the 318 gear. If you don't, you're shooting yourself in the foot, because it is literally like 50 gold a piece. 50 gold per item to make your leveling, like, ridiculously fast? Absolutely, that is a price worth paying. 50 gold is nothing. So, that is, like, a large chunk of why things die really quickly. The consumables definitely help, right? So, Glacial Fury, the runes honestly don't really make that much of a difference. I would say Glacial Fury makes the most difference. The enchants and stuff make a difference, right? You could also buy very cheap enchants, though. Like, obviously, I'm using rank 3, but you would get almost all of this value out of a very cheap enchant as well. It doesn't need to be rank 3 Frozen Devotion, rank 3 Glacial Fury Flasks, etc. So, I don't know. It's not that important. Oh, actually got a Primal Ritual Shell. Probably not better than my heirlooms, but that is actually a fairly decent leveling trinket. What else? Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of it also depends on your spec, though. Like, obviously, I was able to level... fuck, I meant to press Fellblade there to rush into the mobs and then use my E, and I pressed the buttons in the wrong order. Whatever. I mean, they all died in a few hits anyway. I did, I think I mentioned before, a Devastation Evoker run at the start of Dragonflight with, like, none of this stuff. And at that time, with no special items or anything, it was misery trying to do all of this stuff with no gear. Devastation Evoker is very much like, it dies in your burst, or you are, like, hard struggling. And I don't know if I would have been able to solo, for instance, like the Ring of Blood quests without all of this fancy stuff. Like, you can see there, it was somewhat sketchy. Even with, you know, all these consumables. So maybe you can make an argument that for things like that, yeah, you kind of need all the fancy items for. Also, 1 second. There we go. Need to do that as quickly as possible. But general questing stuff, like pulling 5 generic mobs, I mean, I could do this on a Havoc Demon Hunter with, like, basically no gear. I could do it on a Paladin, on a Warrior, anything. And that is very much as long as you are not, like, grossly under-geared, which you shouldn't be as long as you're picking up the right quest rewards, you should be fine. Also, I'm going to do this world quest really quick, and hopefully it's not going to disconnect me, because that happens sometimes with this world quest, which is annoying. Yep. I fucking hate this thing. It's the dumbest world quest ever. It forces you to literally come into contact with the box to get quest credit, but then also these world quests are buggy, and for whatever reason, the boxes are physical. Look at that. Literally, I passed directly through it. Where is this? Where's this credit? Why am I not getting credit for hitting that box? Terrible world quest. I hate this thing so much. If it works, it's supposed to be fast. There we go. Yeah, like, obviously that was fast, but God, I hate that world quest. It's just, they're so clunky. Why did they make the hitbox literally the physical model? And then to make it worse, sometimes if you collide with the physical model at the wrong angle, the game actually disconnects you. It's really annoying world quest. My coffee's finally almost done. Let's see. Too sleepy to watch the stream in full. Best of wishes, Harldan and pals. No problem. It'll still be here later on. ATD said literally, I forget what that was in reference to. Good to see you, though. Imagine paying money for leveling a character in World of Warcraft in 2023. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's like, if you have absolutely no free time and a shit ton of gold, I can understand it. Like I said, I paid for a Brackenhide Hollow Boost once, and it was the final day of the first week of patch 10.1, and I needed another level 70 to, like, get a reputation token for Lomnifin, so that I could reach Renown 10 on my Paladin before I did stuff on my main. And I also had a video that I needed to finish that day. So let me make sure that, okay, that didn't cause a memory leak. Sometimes it does. So I had a video that I needed to get done the very next day, and I also still needed to get one more character leveled. So even though it would have only taken me 3 hours, I literally did not have 3 hours. I needed the character right then. I didn't have 3 hours to spare. So, like, it was literally either I don't hit my goal of hitting Renown 10 because I don't have, like, one more character, or in that case, like I said, I paid for a Brackenhide Hollow Boost, and then while I was AFK doing the leveling, I worked on my video. So, you know, killed 2 birds with 1 stone. And that way I was able to barely stay on schedule. And that is literally the only time I ever boosted, right? And that is just because of that one niche situation, right? But if I have free time, right, and frankly, that one was a little bit weird because it is very rare that I need a specific character right then. That was like a time is of the essence thing. Like, there is no later time that I can come back and get this character leveled. I literally needed to have it before the weekly reset so that I could get like a limited time rep token that would have reset on, the next day. And I only had a finite amount of hours. Like, I had 8 hours to work with, and I could not spend 3 of that leveling. In any other case, if I don't need the character right then, I'll just wait. And then, I've said it before, but like if I'm not doing a stream and if I ever need to level a character, admittedly, in most cases, I will level characters on stream, but like early on in Dragonflight, because obviously I wasn't actively streaming at the start of Dragonflight, so that's like a good example of when I did this. Like early on in Dragonflight, whenever I needed to level a character, I would just wait. I didn't have them all leveled at once. I would wait until I was busy or not busy and I had time to watch something on Netflix. And then I'm like, all right, well, I have spare time now. Also, shit, I forgot to pick up one quest. I'm like, all right, I have spare time now. I might as well go ahead and, like, while I watch the show, did I pick up the Ceravite rods? I think I picked up the Rune Ceravite rods quest. If I didn't, I'm going to be really mad at myself. I don't know. I'm not seeing it on the sidebar here at a glance. Oh, okay, now I see it. It's that one. For whatever reason, it was a different completion color compared to the others. I hate this doesn't automatically complete. But yeah, I'll usually like wait it out, wait till I have free time, and then just level while watching something. I mean, that's what I've been doing on Classic Hardcore, right? Like, I haven't had lately, or I wouldn't say I haven't had time to level on Classic Hardcore, but rather other stuff has taken priority because it's one of those things where I'm going to have to do it again anyways. So right now in Classic Hardcore, my only goal is I just want to hit level 30. I want to hit level 30. I want to try the different dungeons just to see, like, once before live servers come out. And that's it. I'm not really going to work on alts or anything like that. I got my alts up to level 10 just so that I could learn professions to get, like, bag space and basic things like that. But I haven't really gone really that far past it in terms of min-maxing it. And as a result, I've mostly waited for, like, times when I have nothing else to do to level in Classic Hardcore. I'll park myself in a rested area, I'll get some rested XP, then I'll come back, like, 2 days later when I have nothing else to do, and I'll do, like, a level or two. And I've just been chipping away at my Druid. My Druid, I think, is almost level 27. So, yeah. I don't know. So I forget what I was saying. Anyways. Yo. You got a faster run by spending 500k gold to a juiced up DK, yeah. I know you're reading that as, like, the dorky voice. I get that it's a joke. But, like, I genuinely get comments like that, which is just fucking pain, right? It's also just, like, it's one of those things where it's a rude thing to say to somebody. Like, I get it, like, somebody may think it's funny, but, like, I guess those people aren't exactly considerate anyway, so like, why would I be acting like they ever would be? But yeah, you get a lot of comments like that, or I get a lot of comments like that. It sucks. Spaxy said, want to say thanks for the guides and streams. Keep it up. No problem. I'm glad you're enjoying them. I just realized I technically don't need to do these quests. I guess since I've already started the dragon riding ones, I might as well. Yeah, it's whatever. I'm just trying to fill time in between Onaran Plains being up. It's past 30 minutes, so a new set of buffs are being offered, so I can go check to see what they are, to know in 30 minutes will I be able to return to Onaran Plains. Which I shouldn't need to really check on my other character for that. because I will be passing through there relatively soon on my way to Azurspan. In fact, actually, will I? I will pass through Anaran Plains ever so briefly, enough that I'll be able to check it beforehand, so... I literally just used the rostrum of transformation. What the fuck is this? Do I actually need to select something? Is this bugged? Yes, it is bugged. It's supposed to just, you click on it and it gets you credit. For whatever reason there, I don't know, it made me select something. It's dumb. Hello, TJCJ. Good to see you. Let's see. You paid for a boost and was paid to boost another once. 1 second, let me just... trying to read that, but then, like, this quest is just... It's been a hot minute since I've done this, so... I can hop on the ferry and then read that. You paid for a boost and was paid to boost another once. You wanted to do it once to see what the deal was and how it worked. It was kind of nice getting boosted as you can do other things, but boring doing it. You won't do it again because you actually enjoy leveling. The gold was a non-issue for you. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't enjoy leveling. I've said this before. The reason I optimize it is because at least retail leveling, I don't find it fun. Now, I think part of that is because obviously I have done it a million times, right? I think the fact that I've done so many leveling runs, of course I'm going to not enjoy it after a while. But if I could, right, if I had an infinite supply of golds, like, would I probably buy boosts? Sure. Obviously, in my situation, it's a bit different because, like, people actually watch me for the leveling stuff, so I wouldn't buy a boost because I still need to do the runs anyway. Like, I have a guide to make, right? But, you know, all things being the same, if I wasn't actually making a leveling guide, right, and, you know, it didn't matter whether I did the run myself or not, would I buy a boost if I had infinite gold and didn't care? Yeah, of course. I think a lot of people would. It makes sense, right? If you can choose to do nothing or spend 3 hours of work, I mean, who's gonna... Like, that's where it's like, who's gonna choose to do 3 hours when they have the option not to, right? Even though 3 hours isn't a lot. But of course, when you consider everything else, right, the gold cost, it's like, some people I'm sure will argue, and that may be true for a lot of people, that in the 3 hours that they could spend leveling, they could farm enough gold to afford the boost. So for them, 3 hours is more worth it. I would say for the average player, that is not the case, though. So for probably 90, maybe even 99%, I think that is probably a decent estimate. For 99% of the player base, boosting is not actually efficient. It may be convenient for, like, the reasons we've already outlined, and if somebody really, really, really hates leveling, then I guess at that point it's priceless to them, because they just couldn't be bothered to do it no matter what. But, yeah, this is spooky. There's no NPCs here to distract these mobs. Haven't actually seen that before. Usually there's like 1 or 2. But yeah, obviously if somebody hates leveling, then of course they're going to buy a boost just because they don't want to do it. But I would say, for most people, it is not actually, like, cost-effective to buy a boost. But, like, hell, all things being the same, would I rather sit there, do nothing, and... Like, I have enough shit that I need to do in my own free time. If I could literally get boosted completely for free, and I didn't actually need to do the leveling runs, obviously I'd do that. Yeah. It's a no-brainer, right? Like, I would be able to get so much work done... Whereas, otherwise it would take me 3 hours. But of course, like I've said, my situation is a little bit different, especially because I need to do these for guides and stuff like that. But like, I understand why people don't want to do leveling. I do think sometimes leveling also isn't a massive inconvenience. Like, I don't hate it. It's just one of those things where it's not, at this point, a fun gameplay loop for me. There's so many other things that I would enjoy more. So, I don't know. Andrzej, Erdman? I don't know if that's, how to pronounce that. If I butchered that, I apologize. Finally caught you live. Your streams are awesome with the way you talk. Been listening to VODs while you work for a while now. Much appreciated. No problem. I'm glad you enjoy them. The way I talk, I guess, you know, my stories and rants and stuff like that. Which, yeah, that's fair. Kind of wish now I had... Now that, like... I don't know. I wish I had a video ready to go after this stream. I thought about it, but I just didn't have enough time to finish it. But unfortunately, generally speaking, the way that the stream's going to work out is, like, a little bit tragic. I hope that tomorrow is a little bit better in terms of, like, turnout and stuff, because I did do the poll for that, so usually people tune in for those. And then I'll... Honestly, by tomorrow, I might even already be close to hitting level 30 on my Druid, so then I can do 30 on my Druid, and then do, like, some dungeons or something like that. I don't know exactly what I'll do for that particular stream, but I'll figure something out. Let's see. I'm trying to think about what to even talk about. But there's a Frostbound chest. I don't recall seeing this one here. This one does give XP, so some of them do, some of them don't. Anyways. Just focus up for a second here. Yeah, one of the other things is, I think, starting a stream where, unfortunately, you know, I don't want to sit here and complain the whole time, but I did, like, just wake up, so I am, like, still, like, my coffee's still kicking in. I'm still not 100% of the way there yet. And that always makes it hard to, like, really keep going. What was something that somebody mentioned earlier? Actually, some little fun tangent. So, yeah, I saw that chest in the background. That was the same one I opened before. Actually, I almost ranted about something that, like, maybe I probably shouldn't. I'm not gonna do that. I was about to talk about my old guild and stuff, and, I have been... I guess all I'll say in the subject, right, for my old guild is... so as, like, a bunch of people know by now, right, I left my last guild, like, a little while ago, and I am so glad I made that decision, man, because, first of all, I really do like this new guild. Like, a lot of the people here are really cool. I've been enjoying playing with them and stuff like that. Raid has been fun. I obviously had the short, right, about, you know, the Evoker blowing up the raid. That was, like, you know, a good one. But my old guild in particular, like, I still have some... I hate this, where it, like, freezes the game. This isn't the stream lagging, by the way. This is just Blizzard's game being garbage. When you kill that mob, it starts a cutscene that, at random points, will just completely fuck the game for, like, 20 seconds. It's just really annoying. Then I'll head over there. I think at this point we're mostly done with Waking Shores. I'm just going to finish this quest because it's on the way. Are there any other rares within Waking Shores that I want to bother doing? Not really. But yeah, so I still have friends in my last guilds, and they've been giving me updates on, like, how it's been going there since I left, and I feel bad for them, right? Because obviously a lot of them can do, like, so much better. I've already, like, said, you know, obviously I left my last guild for a few reasons. And I won't go into detail because, like, at the same time, you know, I don't want to, like, actively shit-talk them, so I'm not going to say what's happening or whatever. All I will say is, holy shit, did I make the right decision. Everything... fuck. Alright, so the next Dreamsurge, it's not going to have good buffs. So we can see here, this is, well, it's not the XP one. So what I'm actually going to do is Dollar on Hearth, and I'm going to head to Valdrakken, and I'm going to do quests there. And I will not be able to talk for most of Valdrakken. But yeah, basically, based on what my friends have told me, on, like, how the situation is going in my old guild since I've left, it's like everything is a fucking disaster. hopped out at the perfect time because they just apparently have not been able to get it together. And one of those things where, like I said, I feel bad for my friends because obviously they still need to put up with that garbage and they still need to deal with, you know, the guild being kind of a shit show right now. But it is at least a little bit comforting to know that I definitely made the right decision, and holy shit, am I so much better off now than I could have been, you know, in an alternate timeline where I did try to make things work there. So that's good at least. I won't like badmouth them or go into detail because, like I said, I don't want to like start shit or whatever, but yeah. That's been on my mind, so I wanted to at least say that. Just refreshing my food buff. So I'm going to keep OBS open because if I do get a memory leak here, I will say it happens less often on the PTR. So since we are in the PTR, maybe I won't get a memory leak. We'll see though, but I am going to continually watch my OBS that way. The moment something happens, I will know. And I will be able to just say, oh, well, my audio cut out. And that way I don't like continue talking. So if at any point right now my audio cuts out and you can't hear me and it becomes like distorted and stuff, just know I am aware. I am fully aware that there is an issue. So it's always frustrating when like I already know there's a memory leak issue and then multiple people are like, oh, the audio is not working. Ah. It's like, I get it. It's not helping. And then the problem with that is I can't even say I know it's not working. It's the memory leak because of the memory leak. So I just have to sit there and wait until it cuts out while people are like, why is the audio not working? Because they like joined in before all of that. So I don't want to like, I see Rob Thulis asked what is like the best spec for leveling. I will answer that in a bit. The problem is I don't want to start answering that question. And then midway through my answer, my audio cuts out because memory leak. So I don't want to like potentially get cut off there. Let's see. And so far, it hasn't cut out. I don't want to, like, jinx myself, because eventually it should. But who knows? PTR? Sometimes you get lucky. There we go. Loot a secured shipment. Oh, fuck me. The, aiding the Accord thing requires me to do this shit. Looting a secured ship. Where is the Farrak Assault? The Farrak Assault is in Onaran Plains this week, right? It's like, it's not worth doing. Like, Farrak Assaults are not good experience. But what I'm thinking right now is, with the 25% experience bonus, because I'm definitely not going to waste my, 75% modifier on doing the Farrak Assault shit. Like, that would not be worth it at all. So I would do that with the 25%. With the 25%, would that be worth it? Just to, like, honestly, looting a chest or secured shipment. I'm trying to remember how long that takes. You need, like, 3 keys. I haven't done Farrak Assaults in a while. Or when I did, at least I didn't keep track of it. Hunter Chapman said, I love you. Alright, thank you. Glad you like my videos. Yeah, how long would that take? Like, 14k XP, that's not like a ton, right? So that's not really that good. It would be nice if I could, like, get that quest done just for free, like, in passing. So that's why it's always good when it's one of the really easy events that you can just knock out. But when it hits something annoying like that, you need 3 different keys, but it's 5 keys each. It's not worth doing alone in the PTR. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I vaguely remember it being not the worst thing in the world to do, like, on your own. Like, obviously not on the PTR, but I just can't see it being worth doing solo. So, yeah, that's the weird part. Sometimes you get no event. I don't understand why it does that. I think maybe it's like... maybe if you pick it up earlier, you'll get no event. I don't know if that's worth doing. I guess if we figure out exactly which quest triggers it, maybe we can, like, figure out how early you should go pick up that quest. to make sure that you get the no event one. I don't know. If somebody wants to figure that out, sure. It's so trivial that I don't really care enough to try and do that. It's literally one quest. Like I said, it doesn't matter that much. It would be nice to know, though, just for, like, scientific purposes. Alright. I have made it out of Valdraken. Amazingly, we got no memory leak. That's always nice. I'm still, of course, going to restart my game. Also, Akrasoth is, I think, up here. Yeah.
It's too far away. I need to get closer.
I'm going to try to kite Akrasoth down here. I can kind of do this because I'm a demon hunter, but yeah, it's going to leash. I hate this rare. Like, who the fuck made this thing? The fact that half of its patrol range is just inaccessible, even if you have glide. I still can't do it because they put it way up in the air and then gave it, like, a ridiculously tiny leash range. It's just terrible design. I don't understand that rare. Really fucking annoying. Alright. So we're just going to restart, just to clear up any residual memory leaks that haven't fully kicked in yet. Okay, and now I can answer the questions that I missed. What is my favorite spec for leveling? Honestly, it may be Havoc. I like Havoc, though that said, one of the things that I like about Havoc is obviously I main Demon Hunter, right? I think Demon Hunter's fun to play. I love it. And it's one of my favorite specs that I don't get to play a lot. So I can't really use Havoc for world record attempts because it starts at a weird level. So that makes it a little bit awkward. So I would say my favorite spec to level probably would be Havoc, more so because it's like, Havoc is like the forbidden spec for speedruns, just because of its weird starting level. Okay, here we go. I think Akrasoth's finally in a position where I can reach him. Oh! Okay, the hunt just didn't work. There we go. Apparently you cannot hunt something midair. That actually makes sense, though, because I'm pretty sure the way the hunt works is it, like, you track along the ground to reach the target or something like that. Yeah. So you actually do need to be, like, within striking distance of them on the ground. I just didn't expect it to even let me start the wind-up, so the moment it did, I'm like, oh, wait, I guess I can hunt him, and then it just failed, and I fell to the grounds. Whereas I probably would have been able to tag him a Throwglaive if I had thought about it before. Because I still have 10 seconds of Shocking Disclosure left, I'm going to go fight this rare really quick, because this will do a lot of damage to him. Yeah, that was like half its health. Look at that damage. Shocking Disclosure. Even on a pure single-target fight, very, very good. Want to kick Cauterization. Here we go. But yeah, obviously, I've said before, I like leveling Windwalker and Druid. So, I mean, I probably wouldn't do nearly as many speedruns if the spec that was used was, like, something that I didn't enjoy. Though, who knows? I've said before, it's kind of one of those, like, what came first, chicken or the egg things. Like, do I enjoy speedrunning Windwalker and Guardian Druid because they're really good? Or, you know, is it just coincidence that some of my favorite specs of the level are good? I don't really know for sure. I'm not about to psychoanalyze myself like that. That said, like, I think it is nice that I really enjoyed that Fire Mage run. So, on the off chance that Mage ever ends up being, like, the best leveling spec in the future, which, admittedly, I don't think is likely for retail WoW, just because, like, Mage is obviously good, but it doesn't have any tank spec, and retail WoW leveling, I think, will usually include some form of dungeons every now and then. And obviously, I think being a tank just lets you do things that other people can't. Like, I don't know how well Fire Mage would be able to handle, like, Durnhold Challenge, for instance. Like, we saw it handle Yetimus. It could probably do it. I mean, I'm almost certain it could do it. But it would probably be a bit slower, because you'd maybe need to kite a little bit more Durnhold Challenge is a bit different than Yetimus, though, because Yetimus is like, a lot of really bursty classes do well with Yetimus, because even if you aren't necessarily the best class at doing single-target elites, right? If you have a million bursty cooldowns, even if they're 10 minutes long, if you line them all up for Yetimus, and you pop literally everything, a lot of times, you can just kill them. And yeah, doesn't really matter. It's not very difficult. But Durnhold Challenge can be a little bit trickier because it's kind of like a test of endurance. So classes like Guardian Druid, which don't really need their cooldowns to kill elites like that, well, they're great at Durnhold Challenge. There's a reason why Guardian Druid is super fast. That being said, actually, my current world record is on Alliance, so doesn't even really matter. And Alliance, at least if the war mode trend continues, will always be the fastest just because of that. And the thing about Alliance leveling is when you're able to cut out Red Ridge and Duskwood, Alliance is as fast, if not faster, than Horde, even without the war mode bonus. Because Horde's advantage is that it has better zones overall, but if the only, like, original zone that you actually need to do is lock mode on, because you, like in my world record run, get so lucky that you just don't need to do anything outside of lock mode on, or, I guess, Eastvale locking camp, which is quite efficient. Then that just works out well. Then the only downside to leveling as an Alliance... Also, did I miss a quest here? Oh my god, what is this tree branch? I cannot get unstuck from it. There we go. Yeah, I missed the rope quest. So, there we go. Speaking of which, I was leveling a character in Elwyn Forest in Classic the other day, and I think it's interesting that the quests from Vanilla WoW to, like, Cataclysm almost didn't change whatsoever. It is almost like, I would say in many cases, it is literally a direct copy of all of the quests that you have in Classic. The same ones in Cata. The structure is very, very slightly different in that now that it's like, you actually have like a mount that you can ride on to get to Eastvale, because, you know, it's pretty far away. So that's like one slight convenience thing. And I think the order in which you get a handful of the quests is a little bit more convenient. There's very, very, very slightly less backtracking. But for the most part, it was like exactly the same, which kind of surprised me because it ended up feeling pretty efficient. And I think it's interesting that that section of quests, obviously I think it's less efficient in Classic, relatively speaking, because you don't have a mount or gun shoes or anything like that. And one of the main downsides of Elwyn Forest is the amount of travel time required to get around there. Whereas, like, in Cataclysm specifically, there's relatively low downtime in, like, a lot of the other zones. A lot of them are fairly compact. We got another random chest. Chests aren't nearly as good in Dragonflight zones. They don't give, like, crazy XP like in Cata stuff, but this is still, like, a tiny little bit. It's worth clicking on, at the very least. But yeah, I do think it is interesting that those quests basically did not change at all from Classic to Cata, like, for the most part. I forgot what I was talking about before. I think we were just talking about what is my favorite class to level, is what I was responding to. Goose Comics said, with other people doing it at the same time, yeah, it would be worth... Yeah, I could see that. If it wasn't on the PTR, and I could, like, hop in there, and there's other people just doing the assault, then maybe. But definitely, the PTR kind of throws a wrench in things. I also, like, I have no idea how this stuff's... Oh my god. Oh my god, what is happening? What is this hitbox, dude? How can I not hit? I give up. I'm not shooting that thing. What was that? Literally, like, 4 spears went directly through its body. Just does not connect. Let me auto-skip the cutscene. And then this will be the last quest that we do in Thaldraszus. And that's one of the problems with Thaldraszus, right? There aren't even any remotely efficient quests after these ones. So, Omnaran Plains has, like, a lot of quests that we did, right, where you don't want to do it in a vacuum, right, in an actual speedrun. But there are quests that are almost as good that I can justify doing even with a 25% buff. But definitely with a 75% buff. Waking Shores, kind of. Waking Shores is a bit weird, where, unfortunately, a lot of the good quests in Waking Shores are tied behind so much bullshit, right? And that makes it a little bit hard to justify it all. So I would say Waking Shores, actually, you know what? Onaran Plains is a better zone than Waking Shores for this buff. Of course, Azure Span is still the fastest. Oh, when did I get a breadcrumb here? I don't remember that, but I mean, hey. Free XP is free XP. Moment of Truth. Neither one of those is the buff that I want. Okay. So now I need to consider my options. 30 minutes. The next time that I'll actually be able to benefit from this buff is 1 hour from now. I'm level 66.5. Will it take me another hour to finish leveling? Maybe just barely. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna go, right? While I'm here, I'm going to do, like, a few relatively efficient things. So what I might do is... how do I want to handle this? If there is a 75% buff, I might pop into Onaran Plains right at the very end and do the very, very last bit of leveling in Onaran Plains for that reason. Let me just quickly kill this mob off. So, in that case, I want to save basically Lilac Ramble, and only Lilac Ramble, for the very end. Because I can't really justify doing much else. Obviously, I'm going to do this quest because it's really fast. I'll just knock that out. I also like how all of the kills you get with the bow count towards fried bonefish. I also just realized I'll technically need to change the thumbnail on this video after the fact. Just because, you know, I don't want people to click on it expecting one thing and get another. Let me just officially change the title. I'll just change it to, since I have space, 10.1.7 PTR leveling. That way I don't need to... There we go. Also changed leveling to testing. But let's do speedrun testing. That's better for a title overall. Alright, that's what we'll be going with for the final title for this. And then I'll just edit the thumbnail later on and take out the classic part. I'll leave the rest of this zone in case I come back here at the very end. I'll do that. And let me check for Prozella Gale Shot, because she'll probably be up, and while I'm right here. Yeah, there's also another rare that has a chance to be up, but isn't always. I guess it's on the PTR, though, so... might as well at least quickly check for that rare. Prozella Gale Shot's pretty much always up. I think she has a very fast respawn timer. There's one around here. I don't see it. Yeah, so I might come back at the very end and do the quests in, like, Tirakai and stuff like that, and then Lilac Ramble, etc., because that's stuff that I normally do in the run. Obviously, I would prefer for that to be with the 75% bonus. If it's not the end of the world, but that would be nice, so I'm going to save it until last, just on the off chance. It's free XP. Just the off chance it's buffed. Yeah, that quest. Here we go. But now we do Azure Span first. That should definitely be enough to get me like 3 levels. So I should be able to get to 69 just by doing, haha, funny number, just by doing stuff in Azure Span, even without like any buffs or modifiers. What the hell? I think hold on. Let me hope that my internet didn't just cut out. No, it doesn't look like it. I don't know if I lagged, so I don't know if the stream flickered or anything, but might have just been in-game or something like that. Either way. Also just... we kill this rare. Nice. Should be no event until 70 for the aiding the Accord quest? Yeah, I completely agree. I think it's stupid that it has a chance. Negan said, you're flying to London next Friday and you're worried that the jailer will be on your plane. Bellular is going to be the pilot and Asmongold is going to be the stewardess. Your grandma hates dragons. Yeah, that sounds like another unfortunate predicament. Okay. So what do I want to do for Azurspan? I think the order in which I approach this zone... I don't know. I mean, I normally do everything, like, condensed and end in the far section of the zone. I'm trying to think about how much I want to do up front. So what I could do is, I could do something like set my Hearthstone in Camp Antonidas after I do the quest there, and then basically head out here. Okay, you know what? I have a plan. I think we're fine. Just get these quests done, obviously. I think hopefully when the Azure of Vorkwin dies, the guy doesn't reset. Yeah, we're good. Nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do most of the campaign quests throughout the zone. Oh, I don't know if you can hear my dog, but he is freaking out. I'm assuming my sister got here and she's probably giving him food, so that would explain it. Or he's getting taken for a walk or something. One of the two. But he's barking very, very, very loudly. Here we go. Alright, so I'm going to do these campaign quests. And then, after I get them done... There's a level 18 mage named Arctic. Just give it up. Yeah. There was a post on the WoW subreddit the other day. It was something like that, but it was with somebody named Headshot. And it had, like, a character on almost every single name. I pretty much only ever use special characters in my names if it's like... did I miss an arcane device? I think, yeah, I skipped, yeah, one of the arcane devices. I only use a character in my name if it's, like, a single character. And a lot of times if it's, like, towards the end of the name and not hard to type or something like that. But whenever you start using multiple characters, that's when it just gets annoying. Or you could just do, like, minor variations. Like, obviously, this Demon Hunter isn't, like, based on anything. It's just the same name as my main Demon Hunter, just for simplicity's sake. But my main Demon Hunter is named Lenara, without the H, and then for this leveling Demon Hunter, obviously since, well, technically on the PTR I could use the same name, but I copied this character over from live servers, so when we did the Demon Hunter run, oh my god. Oh my god. I cannot hit this Proto Drake, man. I hate how, like, they always turn at the last second. I just completely whiffed the shot. Be clever, make a Worgen named Bartik. Yeah, that's actually a nice one. Which Dragonflight do I most personally relate to? I mean, look, Oh, there's a Hemet Nesingwary quest here. Like, the obvious answer is Alex Straza. But, like... I mean, I don't know. I mean, Alex Straza is just hot, right? Like, that's kind of it. So, do I personally relate to any of them? Not really. Yours is green because you're so sleepy. Okay, so you have an actual reason. I'm just sitting here thinking Alex Straza hot, and that's like my entire train of thought. I like the green because you're a sleepy one though. That's good. I don't know. I don't know what else. Like, what is, like, a comparable thing? Because, like, obviously the green dragonflight is known for being sleepy, right? But what is, like, the bronze dragonflight known for outside of, like, manipulating the timeways? So it's like, I'm not a time traveler that you guys know of, so obviously I don't personally relate with the bronze dragonflight. Like, I guess the black dragonflight is, like, associated with endurance or whatever. I don't know. Oh shit, that was not the mob I needed to kill. I needed to kill Fragilis, not Frostfist. Frostfist is part of a Hemet Nesingwary quest that I was not offered, so... Oops. Bronze might be historians. You know what? That's a good one. I like that. In that case, actually, I probably would be bronze, because I love history. So... Actually, I like that comparison. Your druid is named Apple Wasps instead of Apple... Oh, I get it. Okay. Yeah, that's good. That took me a second. I'm like, I don't understand Apple Wasp, but then I saw instead of Applebee's. That's clever. Your comment got skipped. What do you mean your comment got skipped? When did you post it? I'm scrolling up and I don't see your comment. If you posted it, it definitely wasn't within the last hour. So, Fat Daddy, if I skipped your comment, it's because it's literally not showing for me. And I'm in... Yeah, I'm in the live chat for YouTube. I just double-checked. So, I even reloaded it. I can see one comment that I haven't read, which I did miss. But it wasn't from Fat Daddy, it was from KD, said, even you showing how fast it is possible to level both 10 to 60 and 60 to 70, you're at the point where you're so tired of leveling in Dragonflight that you just pay 60k gold to be AFK boosted. I actually, yeah, even talked about that, right? So that was relevant to the conversation. But I don't, if you posted a message, I don't see it. 60 to 70 is the worst. You have almost all the perks of being 70, but you still can't do 70 content. Wish Chromie time could go up to 70 TBH. Yeah, I completely agree. I also just hate doing Dragonflight for the same time. A million times over. But yeah, Fat Daddy. Which, nice name, but if I didn't see your comment, which I didn't, and it's not, as far as I can tell on my end, it's just, YouTube... maybe YouTube blocked your comment and didn't tell you or something, but, like, resend it. And, obviously, I'll read it, but it just doesn't show up on my end. I can't find it. There was a pretty Blizzard-esque quest involving Alex Straza and the Bronze Dragonflight. Oh, yeah. I did that on the PTR, so I actually was able to test that quest before it got removed. And, yeah, I mean, it was... I think the main issue with that quest, right, is... I understand the whole thing about, like, keeping the true timeway intact. They just have Alex Straza there for no reason. Right? Like, it's just one of those where they have to... It's like insult to injury, right? Where I can understand if you had a quest where it's like... Obviously, the whole, like, dragon... I don't want to say the R word. Like, R-A, you know, and then fill in the blanks. But, like, the implications of promoting that, obviously, is very sketchy. But the entire idea of, oh, we need to do terrible things, maybe to preserve the timeways, it's a little bit weird, but it's like, okay, I get it. But the weirdest part about that quest, that I think was just really uncomfortable, is you do the quest while Alexstrasza is standing right there, and she's not there for any of the other quests in the, like, Time Rift stuff. They specifically insert her just for that, and then they have, like, an interaction at the end of the quest when you turn it in, where they show that Alexstrasza is visibly traumatized, like the dialogue literally says, like, Alexstrasza is visibly distressed by what you did, but through grit teeth, she's like, I understand it's important. And that's just, like, weird. Like, no matter how you want to slice it, there was no reason for Alexstrasza to be there, besides one developer wanting to be like, I want to show the player that Alexstrasza is upset that you played a part in her, like, torture. Why? It's such, like, a questionable choice, which is, I think, like, a lot of people who saw that that quest got removed didn't really understand the full context of it. Like I said, I actually tested it. And I remember just being very confused about that inclusion, even before it became, like, you know, a Twitter outrage thing. Like, I did the quest, and I'm just like, why is Alexstrasza here just for that line? Like, why? That's just one of those weird, I would say almost like fetish things, which I think is part of why there was backlash to it. Because it was just so unnecessary, uncalled for, even stretching your imagination to let the Bronze Dragonflight story stuff play out. There's just no reason. It's very much a we just wanted to include a disturbing scene of Alexstrasza for no reason. So, that's what I really didn't like. Yeah. Bronze equals always trying to correct mistakes. That's fair. I can see that as well. Yeah, I'd definitely be bronze then. I mean, you know what? Like, Nosdorm was pretty chill. So, you know, he may not be Alexstrasza, but he's a cool dude. Black Dragonflight might be endurance. Yeah, that would be... Black Dragonflight's a little bit easier to, like, interpret. But what would Red Dragonflight be? In terms of, like, personality traits? Like, I guess caring? And stuff? Like, concerned with the well-being of everybody or something? I feel like that's a little too generic. Right? But I guess. I mean... round up all these mobs. Alright. Is time walking worth it if you're fitting it in while questing? It's a hard question to answer. So, the thing about time walking, right, is the advantage, or whenever Blizzard gets them working properly, which, like, at this point I haven't tested it in a while, but I haven't seen any patch note changes, so I doubt the quests are actually working as intended for, like, regular dungeons, but whenever that happens, regular dungeons are in a weird spot where, because of the quests, it's efficient to do them once, and you want to queue for them while questing constantly. That way, if you happen to, like, get the ones that you need, it's efficient. Time walking, there's no quests associated with it. Like, at least while leveling, right? That give you experience. So, there is never a reason while leveling to actively weave them in. The only reason to do time walking dungeons, obviously, I've said before, if you want to do them, right? If you prefer doing time-walking dungeons, just do time-walking dungeons. That being said, in terms of, like, maximum efficiency, pure questing is going to be faster. But there are maybe some sections of questing that are inefficient compared to time-walking dungeons. Now, that being said, though, if you're leveling with, like, Dark Moon, Fair XP buff and stuff, And especially going forward when you're going to have the Dreamsurges and stuff, so now there's a lot of additional quests that are worth completing. I struggle to see time walking dungeons actually being worth it in any real scenario, because there's still going to be a lot of quests that you can do, and you may just hit level 70 just quests only by doing those. But especially since your amount of inefficient stuff is going to be fairly limited, I don't really know whether it's going to be worth doing time walking dungeons over regular dungeons just for the quest chance. So if you're not spamming them, then the regular dungeons will always be better because of the quests. So I don't know, it's a little bit weird. That said, and this is all right now, of course I did bring up the stuff that's going to happen in the future, with like the Dreamsurges and whatnot. When it comes to patch 10.1.7, obviously there's like the new time walking stuff that has been data mined, and we still don't, at least I don't know how it works. I haven't seen like any Wowhead post or something. If somebody knows of like a content creator that has tested that and has like figured out how it works, I don't really think it's available in the PTR right now. If I look, Turbulent Timeways as an event isn't even active at the moment, so I don't really think it's testable you know, at this very moment, words. So we don't know for sure how it's going to work out. I suspect what's going to happen is, obviously a 30% buff is pretty good. So the weird thing about the 30% buff is you get it after doing time walking dungeons, after doing 10 of them. So because questing in a vacuum is going to be better than dungeons entirely, especially with the Dreamsurge stuff, if you can stack a 30% buff on top of like the Dreamsurge experience, that's obviously really crazy. So theoretically speaking, the fastest way to level in 10.1.7 is going to be, I think, and this is pure speculation based on what we know, you do 10 time walking dungeons to stack the buff up to 30%. By doing that, it lets you cut out a lot of the inefficient stuff in the route, which, like, maybe isn't necessarily inefficient per se, but since you're going to be doing the time walking dungeons anyways, because it gives you the buff, that, you know, you're going to get a decent amount of experience from that, enough to cut out something. Then you will do stuff like Profession Experience. Obviously, going to do that, it's easy. And because you're doing Profession Experience, you're also going to do the first section of Waking Shores. So you'll do Intro to Waking Shores, first few things up until, probably until you reach the Ruby Life Shrine and turn in all those quests, because that entire segment is relatively efficient. All the way up until you get all the Profession turn-ins, mostly because of how many other Profession things there are, and there's bonus objectives and stuff, and then you won't do any of the other stuff that I did here. So then you'll probably go back to the standard route of do, like, rare mobs in Ruby Life, or in Waking Shores on your way to get to Onaran Plains. You're going to do very little in Onaran Plains, unless, of course, if the 75% buff is active, but we're, of course, assuming, right, that it's not active in Onaran Plains, because if I'm, like, talking about a perfect speedrun scenario, in a perfect speedrun scenario, you'd wait for it to be Azure Span. And in that case, you would probably only do very little of Onaran Plains. 10 time walking dungeons would maybe get you to like 63 or so. Waking Shores would get you close to 65. Onaran Plains would probably get you close to 66. And then the 30% buff for... I don't even know if you do the stuff in Thaldraszus that we did here. I don't know. When you add 10 time walking dungeons into the mix, I think to figure out exactly how much you would cut out, I would need to see exactly how much XP that is. My spitball guesstimate would be that it would get you to 63. 10 of them, that seems about right. I don't know for sure. But I think the question then becomes, well, obviously, if Azure Span is the buffed zone, you would do everything in Azure Span. So actually, come to think of it, considering how good Azurspan is in a vacuum, if this was 75% faster, and you were doing every single subzone, honestly, that might be enough to take you all the way from 65 to 70. That would be crazy. That said, you wouldn't be able to fit all of that into one 50% buff sitting. So realistically speaking, that's not doable. So what you would actually need to do is have part of Azurspan done in the first 50% buff, and Azurspan would absolutely require you to roll 2 of them in a single run to make the most out of it. Because I've already done most of Anaran Plains. I could get another 50% buff just for Lilac Ramble, but it's like not super important. I don't know. I guess with the time walking stuff, if it does work the way I think it is. I guess it would need to be... Yeah, I would probably cut out, like... I might even cut out, like, the entirety of Anaran Plains. I'm actually, like, thinking about it. When you already have level 63, and you're going to be doing Waking Shores anyway, because, like I said, Waking Shores you definitely don't skip, because it's relatively efficient, and it's an easy way to get the Profession XP done while you're at it. So, you almost are never going to skip Waking Shores, or at least the parts that we do in Waking Shores as a result. That's going to stay within the route. So, if you can't cut that, and you already have effectively 3 free levels because of time walking, and in this, we're of course assuming, as I've said, that the 75% buff is active in Azurspan. This is like, you know, stars align type speedrun stuff. Then you would want to do as much in Azurspan as possible. Yeah, you'd probably just cut out Anaran Plains entirely. And then, of course, you would cut out Thaldraszus entirely. I don't even know if it would be worth it to stop in Thaldraszus just to pick up the rares. That's how inefficient that stuff is relative to Waking Shores and whatnot. Yeah, because even Anaran Plains would at least be, like, on the way to Azurspan anyways. Red Dragon Mommy hot. Very true. Let's see. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Fat Daddy. Okay, so there's Fat Daddy's comment. I'm guessing you reposted it because it didn't send the first time. I don't know why that happened, by the way. That was weird. I'll start there's like little RP waves that come out here. And I'll grab this chest. Oh, kidding me. I got interrupted. There we go. This should give me a little bit of experience. Yeah, tiny bit, but it's worth it. Why not? But Fat Daddy said, I just said that you've come to love your videos. You learned a lot from you, and your content is dope. You're glad to finally catch a live view of the leveling. Oh, awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that seems really innocuous. I don't know why it didn't send. Maybe it was just like a connection issue. I know sometimes if a message is like really, really bad or something, like somebody says a lot of, shitty words or whatever, it won't send. But, I mean, that message seems perfectly normal and innocent, so I have no idea why YouTube didn't send it. I have to guess it's just a connection thing. Like, maybe there was, like, a server issue when you sent your message. I don't know how YouTube works, right? I'm just guessing here. It is weird that I didn't see it the first time, though. Don't know what happens. And I did even scroll up just to be sure. Because, I mean, I've missed messages before, right? So when you said that, I'm like, oh shit, did I miss something? But then I looked up and, no, nothing there. So, yeah, YouTube just kind of did some weird shit for whatever reason. Took you 14 time walking dungeons from 60 to 70 this week. Was that with or without rested experience, though? 10 time walking dungeons is a lot. Yeah, so Thor said 10 time walking gets you from 60 to 67. Yeah, so that is a lot. There is also an argument to be made, though, depending on how long time walking dungeons take. I don't know for sure, but like 10 time walking dungeons, if you get like really good pre-mades, I mean, you kind of need to have it, for it to be worth it, you would need to have it done within an hour, right? And I guess, yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm thinking, I don't know why I thought 10 dungeons would only take you up to 63. You're definitely correct that it would take you a lot more. I feel like without rested experience, it would probably only take you to 65-ish. And at that point, I don't know. All gravy, just wanted to show your appreciation. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I think, honestly, it's one of those things that we're just gonna kind of need to see. So, I believe that, obviously, time walking dungeons give you much more experience than, like, my initial guesstimate, right? But the thing about time walking dungeons, right, is I don't really know exactly how long it would take me to do 10 of them. So I know there's an instance cap of 10 per hour. So the absolute fastest you could do it would be 1 hour. I don't know if that's realistically achievable. I think it might depend on the the time. From what I've heard, people have told me that Miss Pandaria time walking is the fastest, or like if you have a good group, because a lot of the dungeons you can just kind of blitz through. But apparently some of them are kind of bad. So you could also maybe make an argument for like doing time walking dungeons the same way that you would do something like regular dungeons, where you queue for it, and if it's not a super fast dungeon, then you leave. The problem with doing that is the main advantage of doing time walking dungeons with the new buffs, assuming it works the way we think it does, is you would eventually, after doing them, get 30% increased experience. You're saying WAD is the fastest? I've heard that's very fast as well, so that makes sense. When is WAD time walking? Is it during Turbulent? I guess all of them will appear at some point during Turbulent Timeways, so yeah, kind of hard to say for sure. WAD is by far the fastest. Okay, fair. So WAD is by far the fastest. So the other weird thing about this, right, is the stars would need to align because, like, what is the slowest time walking? I would say probably Legion, right? I think Legion time walking isn't super fast. There's some okay dungeons, but generally every time I did it, because it was one of the few that I actually did, right, for the rewards. Yeah, okay, so other people are saying Legion is the slowest. If Legion time walking is the only one available on the week of Darkmoon Fair buff, or, for instance, on the week of Azure Span being the Dreamsurge, that is going to be infinitely more impactful. Because obviously doing time walking dungeons and getting a minor XP bonus out of it, that's nice. But keep in mind that the difference of Waking Shores having the Dreamsurge versus Waking Shores not having the Dreamsurge, that's like a huge difference. And Darkmoon Fair is just flat 10% experience. So it's already like 1/3 of the effectiveness of the time walking buff. And you have it active 100% of the time. It would make the time walking itself faster. Do I do these quests? You know, one thing I'm going to check real quick, because this will influence my decision. I'm going to check to see, is the experience buff going to be up in 30 minutes? Because if it is, then I can skip some of these less efficient quests, because then I will have Onaran Plains to close things out. If it's not, then maybe I do this? I don't know. I'll make a judgment call. Legion or Wrath? So Kata is the worst, Legion is the second worst. I can believe that, yeah. A lot of the Kata time walking dungeons are pretty slow. Actually, a lot of... Come to think of it, yeah, like Throne of the Tides takes a while if people don't know what they're doing. And then you have like the entire RP final boss. So yeah, I could see Kata being the worst. Okay, so we don't have the buff. So yeah, at this point, we've completely whiffed it, right? Because within the next hour, I am going to hit level 60, 100%. And earliest I could get it is in an hour from now, another buff. So that is kind of one of the problems with this. I wouldn't really necessarily say I got lucky because I waited to start the run until I had the buff. So my first one was effectively free. But yeah, it's kind of crucial to get 2 of these buffs. And that's kind of one of the other problems with streaming it, right? Like, I I could do these test runs, and then if I just get unlucky, I could just restart. And, you know, one of the main things I want to do is effectively simulate, like, the perfect run. And that's kind of hard to do when I'm doing it live, and I can't just, like, stop, wait, like, an hour, and then start a new test run, or whatever. So we're just going to get this rare mob. I'm going to... What am I going to do? How do I want to approach this? I effectively need a level and a half to get this. Sure. Because I definitely, like, it's probably more like a level and a third. I absolutely 100% get half a level from the remaining stuff in Onaran Plains, especially with the 25% buff. Why PTR? We're testing PTR stuff. If I'm ever doing a run on PTR, it's because there's new stuff that changes the route that I am going to be testing. So, in this case, it's the Dreamsurges. So the Dreamsurges will actually have a sizable impact on how you do the routing for 60 to 70. And that means I need to play around them. I'll hand in this quest. What of the Winter Pelt Clan? How much XP does this give? I actually don't know. I'm just going to hand this in to see it. Is this a breadcrumb that gives nothing? Yeah, it kind of gives nothing. Whatever, I'm just going to leave. I don't love this quest chain. That one kind of sucks. I'm going to do this subzone. The, like, I forget which mobs you can find there. But because there's also a world quest directly overlapping it, which I know for a fact that one you can complete alongside it, I'm just going to do this. It's relatively effective. And... where is the mob that I need to talk to? Apparently I'm blind? I did not see a quest start icon. Where am I? Okay. I'm actually lost in a rare case of not knowing where I'm going. There we go. Oh my god. Normally I'm fairly good at directions, but I kind of got, like, lost for a little bit there, just unclear exactly which section of this forest I was in, and could not find this guy. But yeah. As I said earlier in the stream, this is going to be the last PTR run I do for this. For whatever reason, it's just one of those things. Some stuff hits, some stuff doesn't. There has been, like, little to no interest in the 10.1.7 testing, so I'm just going to do it on my own. I will put out a summary video, obviously, explaining how to efficiently level with this after I've done my own offline testing. And then after the patch goes live on September 5th, at some point, I don't know exactly when, but once again, not on stream, I will basically try to set up, like, the... What? Look at this shit. Requires level 70. What do you mean requires level 70? Why does interacting with a leveling bonus objective thing require level 70? Man, this game is so broken. There's just some shit here. Just... I don't think it used to be like that, right? I'm 99% sure I've interacted with that before. Fucking hell. Anyways. At least we got another little chest over here. Just gonna... Yep. Yeah, all of them require level 70. But yeah, I'll probably do the testing, like the perfect run on my own time, something like that. And then you'll get like another speedrun video uploaded whenever. Like I said, I don't know exactly when I will do that. I will start attempts after the patch goes live, right? Because it's, you know, better, more convenient to do it then. And whenever I manage to get it, it also kind of depends on... I'm effectively going to have to do 2 runs because I'm going to do a run towards the start with just Darkmoon Fair. So let's take a look, right? Darkmoon Fair is active here, right? So effectively, I only have this one chance. So within these 3 days, I'm probably going to do at least a few attempts, try to get as good of a run as I can. That said, the one disclaimer to this is if the first zone available that is being buffed by the Dreamsurges is Thaldraszus, I am not even going to try to set up a run. Because at that point, it is just a waste of my time, right? Thaldraszus is just not going to be good. It'll probably still be worth it, so I will at least mention in my video, whenever that is, like, which quests in Thaldraszus are worth doing, just cuz. Because I'm sure there's going to be a few that, like, hey, if you happen to be leveling during this event, but even in my video, I will say, if you really want to level, just don't do it during the Thaldraszus weeks. Just wait till any other week, because it's just so inefficient. So I'm not even going to waste my time, effectively, doing a run if it's Thaldraszus. Ideally, it's Azure Span, so we hope that the very first zone that gets buffed is Azure Span. That would be perfect. That would be really perfect, because then what would happen is, if this is Azure Span, then this is Thaldraszus, this is Waking Shores, this is Onaran Plains, this is Azure Span again. And then Azure Span, the second time, would fall directly in the middle of the second Darkmoon Fair, which also lines up with Turbulent Timeways, which I guess they finally put it on the calendar. It's going to start on the 26th, and it's going to end on the 31st, which means we're probably going to have patch 10.2 on the 7th or the 14th, one of these days. I would imagine it's probably going to be the 14th. So that is like my speculation there. So Azure Span being the first one available would be perfect, because then I can set up the perfect run, and it would also mean that whenever I have to redo the run to test the time walking stuff, because I'm at least going to do one testing run for that, then I would also have Azure Span and I would have perfect conditions. But that is like the stars align type situation. Whatever I happen to get for that first one is what I'm going to get whenever I test it again with Turbulent Timeways, just because, you know, that's how it goes. That being said, Turbulent Timeways, I have two options, right? Because whenever Turbulent Timeways is active, if we look here, Darkmoon Fair starts on the 1st, ends on the 7th. Turbulent Timeways will still be active for this entire week. So if Azure Span is active on this week, on the one before Tuesday the 3rd of October, then I can basically test it these 2 days, try to get a good run with Azure Span, Darkmoon Fair, and Turbulent Timeways, and it, you know, whatever. If I don't get a perfect run, oh well. Ideally, it's on this week just so I have more days to potentially do the run, but technically speaking, there's 2 chances for it to hit Azure Span. With my luck, I guarantee you it's just not going to hit, because, you know, of course. In which case, like I said, if it's Thaldraszus, I don't even know what I'm going to do, right? That's just going to suck. Because if it is Thaldraszus on this particular week of September the 5th, if this is when we get Thaldraszus, I'm just so boned. Because then I would have to wait. I would probably not even do... I don't even know what I'd do. Like, that is the worst case scenario. That would, like, be just miserable. Just because I wouldn't really be able to put together an accurate speedrun to show what it could possibly be. So I guess just pray that it's not then. I don't know. And, what's it called? Fuck me. I forgot to do this quest. I was distracted looking at the calendar, and I forgot that there's a prereq before I can unlock this section of the quest line. Yeah, I'm just not playing well today. I'm just fucking distracted and tired and stressed out and tilted and everything, and yeah. Happens, but it sucks. Which, you see, yeah, it's this one. Let me read chat. You do time walking because it's not Dragonflight questing, that's fair. You did one Botanica run in 6 minutes as a tank. Switching on a healer took you 12 minutes. Yikes. Well, I would be tanking for these runs, obviously. You would like I've always said before, if you're doing dungeons while leveling, you basically need to be a tank. You know, at low levels, obviously you saw like the shit I can do with Holy Priest. Holy Priest, you are basically a tank at very low levels. But realistically speaking, if you're not controlling the pace of the dungeon, especially in time walking, it's going to take forever. So I'm going to be a tank anyway, but yeah, it's... I don't know. Just wanted to stop by and say you started back in WoW because of your fresh account run, so got to go through the normal items. You go through Dragonflight as you can't fly till the quest series is done. Yes, you can. You pick up dragon riding very early on. So, yeah. You pick up dragon riding literally 30 minutes into Dragonflight questing. So, if you don't have it, then I don't know. But, yeah. Unless you're saying you don't get, like, fast dragon riding because you don't have all the glyphs, which, like, at that point, I suppose, yeah, that's fair. It's still fast. Like, that doesn't really change much. Honestly, it means the consumables are maybe a little bit slightly more important, just because you sometimes it might be faster if you run out of vigor super early to, like, land and then use gun shoes. I did that a lot on, like, day 1 leveling. But, yeah, it's not as important. Look forward to your in-game app leveling guide once you have time to get it done, as I know you're busy. I appreciate you understanding, Prince Teddy, yeah. It's, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I have no idea when I'm going to get it done. I know that people are looking forward to that, but I'm still trying to think about how I'm going to handle it. We'll see. Let's see. 6 time walking dungeons got you to 64 today. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think the question is how quickly you can complete them, I guess. I don't know realistically how fast you could do it. I mean, man, the 30% buff is so dumb. Right? Because, like, no matter how you slice it, you're getting the 30% buff literally, like, towards the end of the leveling process. At that point, is it even worth it? I don't even know if it is. I don't know. I really hope Blizzard reconsiders their implementation of the time walking buff, because it's just so dumb. Like, just make it give a flat 30% XP. I don't understand. Like, why can't it do that? Why is it, like, this convoluted, you need to build it up over time? Like, I would say building up the XP buff over time would make more sense if you were leveling all the way from level 10. That way, you know, an entire level 10 to 70 run, for most people, is going to take many hours, and in theory, you would do many dungeons. But time walking is only 60 to 70. So by the time you've done those 7 or 10 dungeons, right, you're almost level 70. At that point, I don't see the points. Like, why do you get all of the good shit when it's already almost over? It just seems so counterintuitive, and will likely mean that you just don't even bother with it. The only thing I could see is maybe instead of inefficient quests, you do, like, 1 or 2 time walking dungeons, just because in addition to the experience you're getting from the dungeon itself, you're at least somewhat stacking up the buff. Because it's, what, like 2% for every dungeon you complete? And then at 10 stacks, it turns into 30%? So at the very least, if you do, like, 2 time walking dungeons, you're getting, like, a 4% modifier on top of the base 2%. So, like, maybe? I don't know. It's weird. Early on in release of Dragonflight, a friend of yours found out if you click on Alex Shaza repeatedly while leveling, she has a voice line that says, "Do I have Big Mom energy?" Yeah. I think I remember seeing something like that on Reddit. I mean, a lot of NPCs have... It's, I don't know what the official term is, but they're called, like... I've always called them, like, the annoyed voice lines. I think that's, like, generally what they're referred to. Like, annoyance voice lines, and it's... if you click on a character long enough. There's a lot of characters that have it, Like, every single character has a, if you click on them long enough, it gives that. And, you know, Alex Strasser just happens to have one about being big, or having big mom energy. Yeah. Miss Pandaria time walking is still the fastest, so I'm seeing, I think at least people agreed that WAD was faster, it looks like, but Chori saying it's fast. I'm guessing it's, at the very least, Mop is the second fastest. I did hear that the fastest dungeon for time walking, from what most people are saying, was... I missed, actually, an item back there. Fastest dungeon, I think, is Temple of the Jade Serpent, out of all of them. So... I think Mop definitely holds the crown of best dungeon. Multiple people have told me that. Unless there's one that I just haven't heard of, which, I don't know, find unlikely. But overall, I have heard that WAD dungeons for time walking are fairly quick. But yeah, I think I'd be fine with either, like, the time walking expansion wouldn't matter a ton, as long as it's not, like, Legion. I think, obviously, if it was a really bad one, it wouldn't be ideal. But as long as they're generally fast, for the purposes of testing, I think it would be fine. That would be, like, a very, very minor time difference. What matters is just, like, overall how long it takes you to get the entire way through, and how much uptime are you losing. I don't know. Let me do this mob. Okay, my I-beam just got eaten. I don't know what happened there. I didn't think I canceled it. I might have accidentally pressed like a button that canceled my I-beam with something. Who knows? So I need to, while running out of here... Shit, I didn't mean to. I meant to release my glide. While running out of here, I'm going to try to go back to the main entrance because I missed one quest item over there. But that's it. From here... Since we're already doing this section of the quest line, it's always worth it to finish. Just because I'm going to get the Iskara quests. So I'm going to do the really efficient Iskara quests. That should get me to like 69 and like some change. And then I should be able to do the stuff in Onaran Plains. And that should be more than enough to get me up to 70. And overall, this has been a relatively quick run. Starting off with the XP buff definitely helps me out a little bit. That saves a decent amount of time. I should also note this isn't with Darkmoon Faire. So it's actually 10% slower, technically speaking, than the last run I did. So, I think I had some rested experience on this character, so in a sense, it's maybe not, like, that fast? I don't know. It's felt like a good run, all things considered, even though my RNG with the XP buff hasn't been ideal. I don't even want to say my RNG has been bad, because it's like, it's not bad RNG to not find the XP buff. That's like expected RNG. You have to get lucky to realistically get the XP buff multiple times in a run, which, once again, is why I hate the way that this is being set up, but fuck it. I'll do it. I've got to do it, right? You know, if that's how Blizzard wants to design it, and that's the fastest way to get, like, the perfect speedrun, is what it is. Would you be interested in a week order that shows leveling consumables that you've been making and using based off my guides? You'd have to elaborate on what that means. Like, what would a thing that shows leveling consumables... I don't know exactly what that means. So, if you can explain, like, what the advantage of it is... Like, I know people have been saying I should use a weak aura to track my consumable uptime, so I know when to refresh it. Like, for instance, right now, my fried bonefish is falling off, but food buff I only ever refresh whenever there's, like, downtime, because otherwise it's just not that important. And there's going to be downtime, like, really soon anyway. So... But yeah, a few people have offered to make me weak auras for tracking the XP buffs and stuff. I've thought about it. It's, I might use it for actual runs. I don't know if I would use it for casual runs. If I can get it set up easily, maybe. But for testing runs like this, where, like, as I've said before, the exact time does not matter. we're just testing the route and the general experience and stuff like that in advance of 10.1.7, so I'm not like super concerned about going as fast as humanly possible. Let's see. So I should definitely do this bonus objective. Just going to set that I-beam up. Yep, that should one-tap it. I'm going to keep an eye out for chests while I'm here, because since I'm on the PTR, statistically speaking, one of the chest locations is going to be up. And I actually happen to know almost every single chest spawn location here because I farmed them for, what's it called? Iskar Tuskar rep at the start of the expansion for the little relics and shit. And I don't see them. Doesn't the buff bar at the top already tell you that? I mean, it does. But the entire point of a weak aura is that it's more noticeable. Right? Like, obviously, if I wanted to see... So, the point of a weak aura, right, is it's to basically remind you when something is not active. So, obviously, I can check to see my time in the buffs. But if my buff falls off and I forget to refresh it, there's nothing up there actively telling me, your buff has fallen off, make sure to put it back up, right? So, if I don't think about it, and, you know, a lot of times I'm thinking about a lot of different things in the middle of a run, and the thought just doesn't cross my mind, right? It may not occur to me to check, did my buff fall off? And then I can and sometimes go like multiple minutes without actually having it active, right? And then what a weak aura would do, the advantage of a weak aura would be something that basically, when the buff is inactive, it really big on my screen, very noticeable, says, hey, stupid, your debuff has fallen off. That way I'm like, oh, oops, I need to go refresh that. Something to that effect. So that would be the kind of weak aura that I'd be looking for. Something that is just a reminder, refresh your consumables. So, yeah. Should be 5 instead of 10, Blizzard in a nutshell. Yeah, I agree. The 5 time walking dungeons I think would be reasonable. The problem with it is they're very clearly trying to get people to, like, do it a shit ton of grinding every single week for, like, player retention garbage, because if you get mastery of the timeways every week that turbulent timeways is active, you get a special mount that's just like a recolor or whatever, and they know that people are gonna go fucking crazy over it because, oh, it's another mount, I need to see +1 in my collection, and make sure you do it now, it's a limited time event, and yeah, it's FOMO garbage, and unfortunately what could be a cool leveling event falls victim to FOMO garbage, as is tradition. So yeah, unlucky. Oh nice, that was actually a well-timed... Was that a level up? What was that? Was that just a Glacial Fury proc? For a second I thought I leveled up, because I knew I was very close, and I saw the mobs just fall over dead. Apparently it wasn't. I guess it was a Glacial Fury proc that just blasted all of those mobs. Let's see. Naomi said, hi, lurking and doing keys to catch up your evoker score. Good luck in the run, even though you're already close to done. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate it. I am fairly close to done. Fairly close to done with the stream as a whole. We're just going to be doing this run. So, relatively short stream today, but as I said before, I'd rather cut my losses and just do a longer stream when there's more people here than just keep, you know, kicking the can down the road on a stream that just, for whatever reason, did not hit, right? So, that's just how it goes. And I'll have to change the thumbnail after the stream ends to take out the classic part of things. Look at that. They forgot to include the model. That's, interesting. I wonder if it's like that on live servers, or if this is like a PTR issue. Kind of hard to say for sure. Oh yeah, I need to throw the totem down here. And then I will turn in these quests. There we go. That's level 69. Haha, funny. So I'll put 1 point into parry or something. I don't know. Then I just Shattered Destiny and... What do I want to put my last point into? I guess I'll take Momentum. Why not? Let's see. Temple is a breeze with good movement speed. You can hit it in about 240 to 330 minutes. Yeah. So I think that's kind of one of the things with time walking, right? If you could do 10 dungeons in 3 minutes each, like what would that be? So like perfect scenario. So I guess that would be around, assuming like average time, right? 30 minutes for 10 dungeons. But then you have to include, I would say, at least 30 seconds for every single like queue time, even if you have instant queues, right? So that would be around, let's say, 40 minutes on average, you know, adding like a little bit of slush time in between. And that is if you got the fastest possible dungeon, Temple of the Jade Serpent, 10 times in a row, which is not even possible, mind you, because if you cannot get the same dungeon 10 times in a row. Unless you, you leave and then queue again later. But there is, like, repeat dungeon protection built into a lot of that stuff, so it just won't happen at all. So, inevitably, you're going to get other dungeons. And then the question is, I guess, what is the average speed of every single mop dungeon combined? And I would say to make time walking worth it, like I said, it would need to be in under an hour. And under an hour is not actually just some arbitrary time that I've pulled out of my ass. Under an hour is actually very specific. Because I've said before, the way that you would need to basically make the thing work is you would need to make it so you are ready to get the XP buff the moment it's up. So think about it this way. If I were to use the time walking buff, right? And I were to do this through 10 dungeons or whatever, and I want to make use of the Dreamsurge event. Well, in order to get the most out of the Dreamsurge event, obviously, as we've already established many, many times, you need to have the 75% increase. So you need to get the temporary 50% thing. But how do you guarantee, or maybe not guarantee, but give yourself the best chances of making sure that after you finish, after you finish the time walking stuff, oh, okay, Leatrix Plus, I have to turn off automation. Alright. Here we go, and now Leatrix Plus, I'll make quests, double clicked it, whoops. The way that you would make sure that you have the best chance possible of seeing that 50% buff is you would need to wait until you see a cycle that doesn't have the 50% buff in it. And then you would start. So, like, think about it like this. Let's say we're going to start a run at noon. And I wanted to make sure that the XP buff wasn't around until noon. Because, like, 1 hour is, I think we've established, the absolute best possible case scenario for being able to do these dungeons. If you can do it in that, that's a really good time, right? But realistically, an hour is the only time you have to play around with in terms of the... I could do Tuskar Feast. How much XP does this give, actually? Why is my issue reporter blocking my quest log? I don't think it gives any XP, actually. Yeah, so I'm not going to do Community Feast. Probably could, just no point. Let's see, I got Project... Just stretching real quick. But, okay, so let's say, yeah, I was going to start a run at noon. If I checked at noon, and I saw that the XP buff is not available, and I immediately started my run, that means that the XP buff will not appear for a minimum of 1 hour. Because if it appears in the poll after 30 minutes, then it won't actually be active until 1 hour has passed from starting the run. Give or take. Obviously, there'd be a 5-minute window, most likely, in between the time I check and the time I start the run, right? And it is possible that, you know, maybe it doesn't fall into that window, and I don't actually get the XP buff until an hour 30. In fact, that would be ideal. Because, realistically speaking, the odds of you getting all of that RNG so perfectly, it's low, next to impossible. But I think you need to be able to theoretically complete the time walking stuff in an hour. That needs to at least be a possibility for it to be worth doing. Because in that case, if you were to pull it off and you were to get the XP buff, that would be the absolute best possible case scenario for a run. So you can maybe set up a slightly fast run where, you know, things don't go that perfectly, and you get, like, you know, maybe a slightly delayed XP buff. Getting all the dungeons, all 10 dungeons takes like an hour and a half or something like that. That would maybe be, like, okay RNG, but I don't know. Also, I'm getting kind of fucking clapped. Hold up. I should have used a potion here, and drums, and yeah, whatever. I can't use Sigil of Flame. Actually, I probably could, at least for regen. It wouldn't hit Krojek, because it would go below the surface, but I would at least get Fury off of that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of, like, rambling, and I know a lot of people probably don't really care about that stuff, because it's, like, min-maxy speedrun garbage that doesn't apply to many of you, but I don't know. It's just, like, kind of what I'm thinking about at the moment, and how I'm going to plan out these particular runs. Does that complete the quest? I think... There we go, yeah. That's quest completion. And now I can go turn in these 2 quests. I'm not going to do the rest of them, because we're already... Yeah, already almost done with the run, and I still have plenty of stuff to do in Onaran Plains. So... I'm going to turn in this breadcrumb, and then I'm going to do the quest to, like, grab the stone. And that's it, just because it takes literally 2 seconds. Shit. Forgot that it's off a different NPC. But I have to grab the stone. Just because this is, like... I don't know if it's full quest XP. I don't think it is full XP, but it's like... Oh, there's actually a chest on the shore here. Nice. Bonus. Well, that definitely ended up being worth it just because I found the chest along the way. I'm not going to do the rest of the quests here. They're good, obviously, but I would say Onaran Plains is probably going to be faster, especially because there's been a few things we haven't done yet. So I'm going to try to enter Onaran Plains around Tirakai. I'm trying to remember exactly where that would be. It would be around this direction. Yeah. So I'm going to enter there. I'm going to do, like, the Wanted quest in Tirakai. There's 1 rare mob that I didn't do. Trying to remember if I did it or not. Also just going to do, while I'm up here, up to no Nokud. Nice. What is that? Is that a... Oh, that's the little Sprite Darter hatchling. It, helps me fight in combat, it seems. That's kind of neat, I suppose. Okay, so... now I need to grab the Wanted quest, which should be on the other side of town. And then I'm going to get the Rare Mob and the Wanted quest done. Actually, you know what? I didn't consider it. But some of the Rare Mobs get empowered by the Dreamsurges. I wonder if one of the Rare Mobs that you needed to kill for leveling stuff was empowered. Would that fuck you over? Huh. Maybe it can only empower the non-leveling Rare Mobs? I'm not entirely sure. I haven't seen them get empowered yet, though, in both of my runs, so I'm going to go ahead and say probably not. I would imagine they wouldn't do that, especially because, like, then these rare mobs have an instant respawn timer, so you'd just be able to infinitely farm the empowered rares. Yeah, that's probably not how it works. So, there is Marinar the Thunderous. Just get a Drums here. And even use meta, because why not? I'm not going to need it for anything else anytime soon. And alright. And now, because I'm not going to, like, come back here on my way to Azurspan, right? Because, we obviously already did Azurspan. We're just going to go turn in this quest now, and then we will head to Lilac Ramble. And Lilac Ramble will Lilac Ramble will definitely be enough to get, like, those last few bars. More than enough. Alright. Mauve Souls is amazing too, right under 4 minutes. Yeah, I mean, Mauve Souls is obviously very fast, but Mauve Souls is like the exception, not the rule. Wait. This fucks me. This actually fucks me. So, because there is a Dreamsurge invasion in the middle of this questing hub, I mean, I guess it doesn't really interfere with most of the... Does it phase me? Like, why is this not phased? Why do they just drop this in the middle of an area where an entire quest takes place here? For reference, if you didn't see on the last stream, these mobs are all, like, level 70 elites. I can, at the very least, imprison that guy. But this is a level 70 event that can just take place in the questing hub. Okay. That's cool. That's really fucking lame. I'm gonna kill the rares first. Just because I don't really think... I won't be able to do all of the quests here. Just because the final few quests in this chain will require me to go directly where all of those mobs are, and it looks like it's not phasing me, so I will probably have to fight them. I'm not entirely sure, but that's actually really fucking troll. What happened? Oh. Yeah, I'm streaming, by the way.
I'm out of range.
Ah. I see.
I don't know if you like strawberry, but I think we're gonna be fine.
Shit. The fuck? This is...
There's also Oreo cakesters in there. I mixed it up because I bought a whole box. I went to Costco today.
Jesus Christ.
Since Daddy's.
Thank you. That's a lot. Yes, I am. I don't know if you heard. I did say that. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, at 8 o'clock, definitely. Yeah, no problem. Have fun with Germany, guy. That was my sister, in case it wasn't obvious. Toss these things. I know that there's been a few messages in chat I haven't read. I'm just going to get around to them after, because we're, like, almost done. And I'd like to get, like, a decently fast time. This is actually one of the better runs that I've had, all things considered. Like, the RNG hasn't been perfect, but being a Havoc Demon Hunter is good. So, yeah. Sister interactions be like, yeah. That's what somebody in chat said. Yeah, I don't know if it picked up. But I mean, that was pretty loud. I mean, the noise cancellation is generally pretty good. They definitely, I mean, they can hear you talk, right? That stuff will pick up. But if it's like background noise, like the loud thumping down the stairs when you drop that, I don't think that picked up. I have no idea. It's fine. If it did pick up, it was very, like, soft in the background and probably wasn't, like, in them. Yeah. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. When are you leaving? Actually, maybe then. Because I'm, like, very close to being done with this. So... more like 10 minutes, if that works, but yeah. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Oh, yeah, I know you guys heard the thing about the Oreos. Obviously, she was literally in my room. What I'm talking about is what I don't know if you heard. When my sister was coming to my room, she was going down the stairs, and she dropped the entire box of... She got me Pocky. Yeah, it's all torn up. So she dropped down the stairs. So before I even, like, my sister got to my room, I could hear thump, 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 and something like, oh no! And I guess she dropped the box down the stairs and it, like, crashed all the way to the bottom. So I could definitely hear it. It was fairly loud, but it was, like, you know, in the other room by the stairs. So I don't know if it was close enough to the mic to pick up. I don't think it was. But then, yeah, I know for a fact that you definitely heard it while she was in here. But because that was, like, in the other room, obviously I can hear it, but my noise cancellation kind of cuts off anything that isn't, like, within talking distance, right? You only heard the conversation? Okay, perfect. Yeah, she got... Holy shit. This is a lot of Pocky. Strawberry cream, cookies and cream, and chocolate cream. Jesus Christ, how... I don't know how I'm going to eat all this stuff. Good problem to have, I suppose. I need to make sure I imprison this stupid mob again so I can actually talk to the quest giver, because it's right fucking on top of them. I don't know if this is enough to ding. Might be close. Video not ruined, no redo required. Yeah. And then she got, like, this literal fucking box of Oreos. Double stuffed and... I don't know what this one is. It's some sort of Halloween Oreo. I don't know what type it is, but that's why I'm trying to figure out what type of Oreo it is, and it's called a spooky Oreo, which tells me nothing. It's just Halloween themed. So, like, I guess let's hope the spooky Oreos taste good. But I mean, it's Oreos, so, like, probably can't really go wrong with that. This... Oh, God. I actually just realized this might not be enough to ding. And... Because this isn't going to phase me, yeah. Oh, this is so awkward. So I cannot do this quest. What I might be... Oh my god, there's mobs everywhere. Yeah, I won't even be able to do that. That's so fucking troll. That the rift can just appear here. At the very least, like, on live servers, right? Theoretically, there will be people doing this. So I could probably just kind of play around other people in the zone, killing the mobs. But obviously, this stuff is tuned for level 70 raiders. Like, I tried it in... which mob is this? Oh yeah, I can do this rare mob. We're doing backup strats to get the last bit. This stuff is tuned way too high for me to be able to do it. Like, it's not even one of those things where, like, I can maybe play around it. They actually really fucking hurt. So... The main issue is, like, I would need to be able to interact with certain things. That's a max level rare mob that doesn't even give XP? Dude, that's so fucking troll. I know there's a rare back here. And then there's a treasure that I could... Oh my god. I just completely fucked that. But yeah, because I would need to interact with certain quest objectives, I can't just, like, kill mobs in the vicinity of that thing and be fine. I would need to literally, like, kill them and then interact with the thing that I need for that quest. And that is something I can't really do, because I would not be able to kill them, and I don't necessarily know if I'd be able to kite enough. Unfortunately, I think this is, like, man... This is actually really fucking tragic, because I don't think this is going to be enough to level me. Okay, this is a jewel crafting treasure, so I can't even do that. Yeah, it's not going to be enough to level me. It wouldn't be, even if I was able to pick it up, which I'm not. And now I'm at the point where I may actually barely miss sub 3 just because I'm getting trolled by this. I'm going to quickly try to go to Knock-A-Down Hold and do the quest there. And I think that should be enough experience. We'll see. No, man. Oh, this is frustrating. Which XP do I need? Not much. These quests should be enough. Do this in 5 minutes. Do I need to refresh any buffs? I think so. Also, watch. I'm going to check the buff thing. The XP buff is going to be active right after this run is about to be over. So in 10 minutes it would have been active. I haven't looked yet, but it's going to happen. Just because that's my luck, right? And what are the buff options? Okay, it actually isn't. So never mind. I'm not sure whether that's good RNG or bad RNG. It's good in the sense that at least I didn't get completely fucked over. It's bad in the sense that, yeah. Forgot. Forgetting my keybinds here. You revoke your last words, redo required due to inflated RNG issues? Yeah, man, like... I just can't catch a break. I'm also stuck in combat with something. I don't even know what I'm stuck in combat with. Probably one of these random mobs. Oh, you're kidding me. I think I may have fell rushed too close to them. I'm guessing the hunter in my trinket slot. Classic. Okay, there we go. I'm out of combat. This has to be enough. There we go. Jesus. Okay, sub 3 at the very least. I would have been low-key tilted if I had not made that. So, imagine being stuck in combat? Yeah. Where do I even put this box of Oreos? This is, like, too big to... I was about to say it's too big to fit anywhere. And that's, like, totally that's what she said. So... put it on top of the, I still have the paper sitting on my desk of... Mr. Blockhead is a square rectangle or whatever. Actually, shit, that's like perched precariously. It looks like it's about to fall over. You know what, I'm gonna put this on this chair. A second, let me take my headphones off. I'm gonna put it on a chair on the other side of the room. So I don't want this to just topple over and then get all broken and shit. Anyways, Oreo's too big, yes. Okay, let me quickly catch up on the chat messages I missed. Let's see. For 60 to 70, it's almost mandatory to queue as a tank. Yep. Even if you want to guide the group, if the tank doesn't like to be told what to pull, you could get kicked. Yeah, exactly. It shows when you don't have buffs and you click the icon to refresh said buff. That actually does sound fairly useful. Yeah. You really hope those potions can get you the 10-stack buff by themselves? They most likely can't. That is... very clearly not the intent of the potions. I think people are... like, I've seen people saying, oh, we don't know which one it is. We know which one it is. There's no chance that it's drink 10 potions to get 10 stacks of the buff. The wording is ambiguous enough that I think people are making that assumption, but the other context clues of it being unique of 5 stacks, and the fact that it would just make no sense for you to have to drink 10 potions, and when you consider which one makes more sense, Blizzard wants you to drink 10 potions a week, or they want you to do 10 time walking dungeons a week to, you know, boost their engagement. It's obviously do 10 dungeons. Which is why, like, I mean, we can't really test it for sure, but I'm pretty sure it's 10 dungeons. Blizzard should make time walking raids for 5-man. That would be fun. I could see that. You want 10-man raids back? Yeah, 10-man raids were fun. Time walking raids are flex, so you can do a 10-man. True. You only heard the conversation, nothing else. Gotcha. Yeah, so that is, I've caught up on chat.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened today. Bit weird. One of those where I'm not sure if it's just nobody is interested at all
in 60 to 70 PTR testing, which is, like I said, no matter how you slice it, both of these testing runs have bombed in terms of performance. The last one did better. This is my worst performing stream in months. So I appreciate you all being here, right? I appreciate you all showing up, and I get it. Not everybody can watch every stream, but the reality is we're done here. I did the run. I'm not doing anything extra. I will be doing tomorrow streaming as well. We'll see. Hopefully that one's better. That is the poll. I have it linked on the stream. We're going to be doing 140 to 60 run, and then ideally, the reason I'm doing these short runs is because I'm trying to do classic hardcore stuff. So I left this run open-ended so that there's plenty of time left in the stream. If I wanted to do classic hardcore, sad unfortunate reality is I'm not doing that today. Tomorrow, hopefully, we are able to do that. I don't know. We'll see. I'm guessing it has to do with the 60 to 70 being just not something people are interested in. And then, of course, obviously, it's whenever you swap, you're going to lose people. And I know, yeah, sometimes YouTube just hates you. I don't know for sure. There are days where it's just lower for whatever reason. The streams are especially a bit of a weird one to pinpoint. I can usually look at why a video does poorly. Almost, yeah. I can usually look at why a video does poorly and say, like, oh, for XYZ reason. This is one of those where I honestly don't know, right? So, any idea what is happening at the same moment as this stream? I don't think that there's anything special. I don't know, is the Great Push going on or something like that? I have no fucking idea. I don't really think that I don't really think there is any particular thing happening. Just is what it is. Right? What would you do if the next expansion is about Azeroth discovering accounting and all the quest lines? The final raid boss is Galapala la la la. I don't know. People are all asking. Yeah, I mean, it's the same reason, like I've said before, right? A lot of people will ask specifically for runs without consumables. They're always like, oh, I want to see you do one of those. But then whenever I do it, like, nobody watches it, right? So that's why it's like, I've just learned to tune that out, because people will ask for it and then I'll do it and it will just bomb. And it's one of those things where if I'm not enjoying it and I know for a fact it just doesn't perform well, I don't know. People want to see the fast runs. People want to see the speed runs and like the super flashy stuff. And, like I said, not upset at people not showing up. It is just one of those things where I'm going to, cut my losses here. Right. So I'll continue doing streams, right? I will do Saturday, Sunday streams, but I'm obviously not going to do an 8-hour stream if, like, turnout is extremely low for whatever reason. You think you do it, you don't? Yeah. So we'll see tomorrow, hoping we get, like, regular numbers. Honestly, if this was even, like, regular stream numbers, not even, like, high stream numbers, I would do it. This is just exceptionally low. Like I said, this is about, like, 1/5 of the numbers of my regular streams, and literally half of the numbers of my next worst stream, which was the other 60 to 70 run. Which is why, like I said, I think it is the 60 to 70 stuff that just for whatever reason people are not interested in. Because it has been both of those streams consistently. Quiet Night, yeah, we're ending early, actually. So the run ended. I was considering doing classic stuff after, but because it is a very poor turnout today, yeah, is what it is. But hey, Analana, I appreciate you showing up, just unfortunate timing, right? Marco said, I usually watch your streams, but this one didn't show up. Yeah, maybe it is YouTube. Who knows? I mean, the algorithm has definitely fucked me before. It fucks everybody every now and then. And it's one of those things where, you can sit here and complain about it, or you can just say, oh well. At the very least, it comes and goes, right? I've had videos bomb that I really didn't want to bomb, and I really thought were going to do well. And then I've also had videos do really well, but the algorithm just runs with it, and I'm like, I did not expect it to do that well. So it's like, it gives and it takes. Just unfortunate timing, right? It never feels fun when it happens, right? It always sucks, but historically speaking, it'll get better. Anyways, let's see. What are the options for the next pool? Neither one of these is the XP buff, I think. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure this is the World Quest Golds. Yeah, World Quest Golds and other stuff. Yeah. So, once again, I'll be streaming tomorrow. We will definitely be doing whatever wins the 40 to 60 poll. Right now, it's Demonology Warlock. Demo Lock has a healthy lead. I think Disc Priest maybe can still catch up, but nah, we're at 500 votes. It's probably going to be Demo. If you really, really want to see Disc, go vote for it. It's not unheard of that it can come back from that, but most likely, whenever there's a lead that big, it's probably going to be Demo. And I'll be doing that tomorrow. And then once again, if there is regular turnout for that, then we will see more classic hardcore after the fact. Yay, Demo. I'll be doing a Destro. This is 40 to 60, mind you. The Destro run will still be the full 10 to 61. So, yeah. I think people tend to enjoy the journey 60 to 70 more. That's fair. Some guy yelled at you for doing Ruby life pools because you pulled too fast. Yeah. What's my opinion on the skill level of DH? I don't know enough about Havoc to say. I think, as with anything, good players will obviously perform better. I think it's maybe a safe argument that Havoc has a lower skill floor than like a lot of other specs, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have a high skill ceiling. Havoc definitely does have a high skill ceiling. Vengeance definitely. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Anyways, I will end it here. One thing I will note is the stream VOD will remain up for 24 hours, and at the end of tomorrow's stream, I'm going to take this VOD down. It'll still be in like the playlist of streams to find. So if you miss this one and you're like you want to watch this later in the week or something like that, just check the full speedrun playlist and it'll be on there. They all are. But this is one that I am almost going to immediately unlist. The only reason I'm not going to unlist it right after it ends is because I know some people will look for it after the fact, and I at least want to give people a chance to find it within 24 hours after the fact. Yeah, not deleted for sure, but unlisted because this is the kind of thing that will actually, like, if I leave a recording like this up, it will fuck with the rest of my videos. So I'm going to at least leave it up for 24 hours, and then it'll be unlisted, just because, it's not going to perform well long term. Anyways, that's it. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope to see you